Chapter 3396. Lu Ming finally understood why he did not discover any barbarian divine lords. He could not enter even if he were a divine lord. At the same time, there were managers in this world. Their cultivation was unfathomable and they were far from being comparable to those below the divine lord level. However, those managers usually stayed in the famous mountains and would not care about a small mountain like Breeze Mountain. Lu Ming, stop. There are fluctuations of a formation ahead. It might be a trap. At this moment, Gu Mo's voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped abruptly. Brother Lu, why did you stop? Lu Kun looked at Lu Ming and asked. Brother Lu, you guys go ahead. I just remembered that I left something there. I need to get it back. Lu Ming casually found an excuse. You forgot something? It's okay. I'll send someone to get it for you. Let's keep going. We'll be there soon. Lu Kun smiled. At the same time, the rest of the people moved slightly and unknowingly surrounded Lu Ming, blocking his escape route. You guys are really up to no good. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he sneered in his heart. Lu Kun and the others seemed to have saved him, but they were also up to no good. They had set up a formation to lure Lu Ming into it. Seeing that Lu Ming had suddenly stopped moving, they surrounded Lu Ming vaguely. Brother Lu, what's the meaning of this? My way is blocked. Lu Ming glanced around and said indifferently. Kid, it seems like you found out. At this moment, the smile on Lu Kun's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold look. You've finally shown your true colors? You saved me from the Flying Alliance. As expected, you guys are up to no good. Tell me, what's your purpose? Do you also want my storage ring? Lu Ming said indifferently. Lu Kun and the others were not much stronger than Ophiuchus. He had nothing to worry about. You're wrong. Not only do we want your storage ring, but we also want you. Lu Kun sneered. Want my men? Lu Ming staggered and almost fell. He looked at Lu Kun and the others with a strange expression. Lu Kun and the others also felt that they had misspoken. Their old faces turned slightly red, and then they roared ferociously, Kid, don't think too much. We want you to condense the primordial divine crystal. In the future, you will obediently help us condense the primordial divine crystal, understand? So you want to treat me as a slave? Lu Ming sneered. You can put it that way. Brat, let me wear this headband. There are restrictions on it. As long as I will it, this headband will explode and your head will explode. A headband appeared in Lu Kun's hand. With a wave of his hand, the headband flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Kun looked as if he was going to eat Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took the headband. After looking at it for a moment, he said, the workmanship is pretty good. I'll accept it. After saying that, he put the headband into his storage ring. Lu Kun and the others were dumbfounded. They had asked Lu Ming to wear it, not give it to Lu Ming. Kid, put on this headband for me. I'm telling you, it's useless to act dumb here. You will die miserably. Lu Kun shouted. Is that so? Let's see how you're going to kill me. Lu Ming smiled calmly. Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. A bulky young man next to Lu Kun shouted. Then, he dashed out toward Lu Ming and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This bulky young man had a cultivation of the 5th layer Divine King realm. When he threw a punch, the void exploded and the fist pressure was terrifying. When the fist was about to hit Lu Ming also threw a punch. Boom! Their fists collided fiercely, causing a loud explosion. Then, a figure quickly retreating more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. This figure was none other than the bulky young man. He's not injured. Lu Ming was surprised to see that he had knocked the bulky young man back with a punch. He had activated the heavenly demon golden body, which was extremely powerful. Even a cultivator who was 2 layers higher than him would be killed by his punch. let alone a cultivator who was at the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. However, the bulky young man had only been knocked back. Third awakening? Geniuses from different races indeed. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes sparkled. It seemed like there were more geniuses in this world than he had imagined. Kid, you're strong. Come again. After the powerful young man was pushed back, there was a flash of brutality in his eyes. With a loud roar, he emitted sound waves from his mouth and blasted toward Lu Ming. It was a sound wave secret technique. It was extremely powerful and could kill a person. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming's low voice could be heard. He took a step forward and a huge 9-clawed divine dragon appeared. It shook its head and wagged its tail. With a swipe of its dragon claws, the void vibrated and the other party's sound wave mystic skill was broken. Immemorial Divine Ox Body, Divine Ox Stomp. The bulky young man roared. His body suddenly enlarged and turned into a giant divine ox. The divine ox was a few hundred meters tall and over 1,000 meters long. It was like a small mountain. Its 2 horns were pointed upward like 2 heavenly blades. It was a special physique technique. Like the ancient divine body, it was also a primitive divine body. At the same time, the shadow of a giant ox appeared above the bulky young man's head. It roared and shook the mountains. It was his origin secret technique. Then, the shadow of the giant ox merged with the immemorial divine ox body. It stepped on the air and charged toward Lu Ming. He's really powerful. Lu Ming exclaimed. The bulky young man looked young, but he had already awakened his divine origin gene for the 3rd time. He had also mastered the origin secret technique and a powerful physique technique. If he were to go to the Sacred Academy of the Great Void Academy, other than a few people, no one in Lu Ming's group would be able to defeat him. He wondered how strong Lu Kun and the others were. The giant ox stepped on the air and charged toward Lu Ming like a mountain. Its 2 heavenly blade-like horns stabbed toward Lu Ming. At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. He had activated the battle's secret art and quadrupled his combat strength. The divine power in his body surged. He activated the heavenly demon golden body and threw a punch at one of the giant ox's horns. There was a terrible explosion in the air. Shock waves visible to the naked eye rushed in all directions. Then, the giant ox's momentum was forcibly stopped. Its huge body shook violently and then kept retreating. Crack. Cracks appeared on the horns of the giant bull, and then it exploded with a bang. The giant ox let out a scream. Its huge body flew out and smashed into a 1,000-meter-tall boulder. Your strength is not bad, but it's not enough. Lu Ming said lightly. No matter how strong they were in a battle of the same level, it was not enough in his eyes. Lu Kun and the others were stunned. Then, cold murderous intent erupted. Kid, you're strong. But you alone are not enough. Brothers, let's take him down. Lu Kun shouted. A powerful aura spread out. Lu Kun was in the 6th King God realm. The other 7 or 8 people were in the 5th King God realm. Chapter 3397. After witnessing Lu Ming's strength, Lu Kun and the others didn't dare to be careless. 7 or 8 of them attacked at the same time, releasing a violent aura. At the same time, furious roars came from their mouths. Then, their bodies began to swell rapidly. Primitive godly bodies were all primitive bodies. Lu Kun and the others all used their primitive godly bodies and turned into different giant beasts or giants. They all looked different. Apparently, they had different types of primitive godly bodies. Kid, kneel down and put on the headband. Lu Kun shouted. He turned into a flaming giant with a flaming sword in his hand and slashed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the rest of the people also took action. All kinds of powerful attacks surrounded Lu Ming. Primitive godly bodies? Do you think only you have them? Lu Ming sneered and used his ancient godly body. His body swelled up and he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall blue-armored ancient god. He clenched his fist and the hegemon spear appeared. With one strike of the spear, a vast river of spear skills condensed and surrounded Lu Ming in the middle. Lu Kun and the others' attacks were all blocked by the river of spear principles. Bang! Then, Lu Ming took a step forward and the ground shook violently. He started his counterattack. The Overlord God's spear in his right hand trembled as he stabbed out 3 times in a row. 3 spear lights burst out and destroyed the attacks of the 3 young geniuses as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They pierced through their huge bodies. The 3 young geniuses screamed and their bodies were sent flying. Their bodies shrank rapidly and they became normal size. They lay on the ground and couldn't move. At the same time, Lu Ming threw a punch with his left hand and it collided with one of the young genius's fists. Crack! The young genius's fists exploded. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The young geniuses vomited blood and he was sent flying a few hundred li away. He crashed into a mountain and lay there twitching. He was severely injured and couldn't fight anymore. In a short time, Lu Ming had severely injured the 4 young geniuses. The 4 young geniuses were strong. They were all geniuses of the 5th Divine King realm. However, they weren't any weaker than the previous young geniuses. However, compared to Lu Ming, there was still a huge gap. It was a complete suppression. Lu Kun and the others could not help feeling shocked when they saw 4 people being severely injured in an instant. At this time, they knew that they had provoked an extraordinary existence. In this world, there were too many geniuses. Although they were all top-notch geniuses, there would always be someone stronger than them. In this world, there was no lack of geniuses. It was normal for them to be unlucky and meet someone stronger than them. Now, it was too late for them to regret. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming's body glowed as dragon roars resounded through the sky. Then, one 9-clawed dragon after another began to condense. 5, 10, 20, in the end, a total of 99 9-clawed dragons appeared. That's right, Lu Ming could now condense 99 9-clawed dragons in one go. With a thought from Lu Ming, the 99 9-clawed dragons charged towards Lu Kun and the others. Block it, Lu Kun and the others shouted. They did not dare to attack anymore. Instead, they used all their means to block and defend. However, the 99 9-clawed divine dragons attacked at the same time. Coupled with Lu Ming's current cultivation level, it was too powerful. It was not something that they could withstand. When the 9-clawed dragon charged past them, except for Lu Kun, the others were all sent flying. Their bodies reverted to their normal size and they vomited blood. Their chi was weak and they could not fight back. Lu Kun was slightly better, but there were also a lot of wounds on his body. They were all caused by the dragon claws. He staggered and barely managed to maintain his balance with the huge flaming sword. He looked at Lu Ming in horror. Lu Ming was only in the 5th layer of the Divine King realm, but his fighting strength was too strong. They could not even withstand a single blow from him. Kneel down, Lu Ming said coldly. The overbearing god's spear pressed down on Lu Kun like a mountain. Ah! Lu Kun shouted. He raised his hands and tried to resist the overbearing god's spear. However, the overbearing god's spear contained Lu Ming's terrifying strength. Even if he was in his peak condition, he would not be able to resist it, not to mention that he was severely injured. Lu Kun's body shook violently. Then, he fell to his knees with a thump. He felt extremely humiliated. I have not offended you, but you want to capture me and make me your slave. Very well. Then, from now on, you are my slaves, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, he took out the headband that Lu Kun had given him and put it on Lu Kun's head. Lu Kun's face turned ashen and he fell to the ground. After being put on the headband, his life was in Lu Ming's hands. From now on, he would lose his freedom. He would become Lu Ming's slave. Unless he did not want to live anymore. Do you have more headbands like this? Give them to me. Lu Ming stared at Lu Kun and said. Only only 2 left. Lu Kun's face turned ugly, but he did not dare to disobey. He obediently took out 2 headbands from his storage ring. Only 2. It's not enough. Lu Ming glanced at the others. Don't give me headbands. I'm willing to join you. One of the young men shouted. I'm also willing to join you and become the 3rd force in Breeze Mountain. I'll compete with the other 2 forces for the primordial divine chi. Another young man also shouted. Then, the remaining young men also shouted and expressed their willingness to join Lu Ming. For them, it did not matter who they joined as long as they could cultivate in Breeze Mountain. They came from different clans and had no relationship with each other. Usually, they just cooperated with each other. Join me? That's good too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he nodded in agreement. In Breeze Mountain, it would take 10 years for a person to condense a piece of primordial divine crystal. It would be too slow for him to do it alone. If he had a group of people to help him condense it, it would be great. How do you distribute the primordial divine crystals that you usually condense? Lu Ming asked. In the Earth Alliance, the leader is obviously the leader. For every 10 primordial divine crystals that ordinary members condense, 7 of them must be handed over to the leader. For example, for every 10 primordial divine crystals, I have to hand over 6 and keep 4 for myself. Lu Kun answered. What a great exploitation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Every 10 years, they could only condense 1 primordial divine crystal. For every 10 primordial divine crystals, ordinary members had to hand over 7 and keep 3 for themselves. However, the leader could easily get 7. For example, Lu Kun had to hand over 6 and keep 4 for himself. Then, the alliance leader would be too awesome. You have to hand over so many primordial divine crystals and you're willing to do it? Lu Ming asked curiously. We have no choice. The leader's cultivation is too high. If we don't agree, we won't be able to establish ourselves in Breeze Mountain. If we can't even condense 1 primordial divine crystal, how can we cultivate the primordial divine body and improve our cultivation? Moreover, in this world, all the mountains that can condense primordial divine crystals are in the same situation. They are all occupied by experts. Lu Kun said helplessly. Chapter 3398. Our windy mountain is doing well. We can get 3 primordial divine crystals in 100 years. I heard that some mountains can get 10 primordial divine crystals in 100 years and they have to hand in 8 or even 9. Another young man said. That's right. Even so, there are still many people who want to join these mountains. The resources are limited. Even if you don't join, others will. Someone else said. Lu Ming nodded as he understood. The most precious thing in this world was the primordial divine crystals. However, there were only a limited number of mountains that could produce primordial divine crystals. They were all occupied by experts who formed alliances and set up rules. If one did not join a faction and follow the rules, they would not be able to establish themselves unless they did not want to produce primordial divine crystals in these mountains. However, other than these mountains, cultivating in the wild would be ineffective. It would be better not to come to this world at all. In this world, the law of the strong being respected was vividly reflected. By the way, how many people are there in the Earth Alliance? How high is the Alliance Master's cultivation? Lu Ming asked. The Earth Alliance used to have 38 people. The Alliance Master is in the 7th layer of the King God Realm. Lu Kun said. 7th layer of the King God Realm? Bring me to the Earth Alliance's headquarters. Lu Ming said as he waved his hand. Lu Kun's expression changed as he said, Are you going to attack the Alliance Master? Can't I? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Not only would he attack the Alliance Master, but he would also attack the Flying Alliance and take control of Windy Mountain. The Alliance Master is in the 7th layer of the King God Realm. Lu Kun said hesitantly. Although Lu Ming was strong, the Alliance Master was in the 7th layer of the King God Realm. A seventh layer of the King God realm was a high-level King God realm expert. He was much stronger than a sixth layer of the King God realm expert. Moreover, the Alliance Master was a peerless genius with great fighting strength. Would Lu Ming be a match for him? What? You don't believe in my strength? I know what I'm doing. Just lead the way. Lu Ming said confidently. Lu Kun and the others had no choice but to bring Lu Ming to the Earth Alliance's headquarters. The Earth Alliance's headquarters was in a valley. The primordial divine qi here was dense. At the entrance of the valley, a few people were patrolling. Seeing that Lu Kun and the others had returned, several people immediately walked over. Lu Kun, I heard that you went out to look for slaves. How was it? Did you find anything? A tall and sturdy young man walked over and laughed. When he saw the headband on Lu Kun's head, his face suddenly changed. Lu Kun, why are you wearing a headband? What's going on? The burly young man shouted. This kind of headband was for the captured slaves to wear. The captured slaves could only obediently condense primordial divine crystals and did not need to be given a single primordial divine crystal. It's very simple. He is now one of my people. Very soon, all of you will be mine too. At this moment, he walked out with a smile. Who are you? The burly youth was taken aback. Only now did he notice Lu Ming. My name is Lu Ming, and I will soon become the leader of the Earth Alliance. Where is your leader? Tell him to come out and surrender. Lu Ming said casually. You want our leader to surrender? Kid, who do you think you are? The burly youth shouted angrily. His eyes were cold as a powerful aura burst out from his body and pressed down on Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was as calm as a spring breeze. He stepped forward and said, Since you don't want to surrender, I will beat you until you do. He took a few steps forward and closed in on the burly youth. You're courting death. Kill. The burly youth shouted. His hand was like a knife as it slashed down on Lu Ming. Sixth Heaven Divine King Realm. This burly youth's cultivation was not lower than Lu Kun's. When he attacked, there was a strong and ancient aura. Lu Ming could tell that he had awakened his divine origin force for the third time. He was a genius at the same level as Lu Kun. Lu Ming circulated his divine force and threw out a punch that collided with the burly youth's palm. Crack. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. The burly youth's palm was completely deformed. Even his arm was twisted beyond recognition. The burly youth screamed and retreated. He looked at Lu Ming with a pale face. Quick, call the leader. The burly youth shouted. Immediately, the other youths shouted. Their shouts could be heard in the valley. In the next instant, shouts could be heard from the valley. At the same time, powerful auras burst out from the valley. Then, these auras rushed out of the valley. A seventh-layer Divine King and two sixth-layer Divine King. It seems like the leader of the Earth Alliance is here. Great. Lu Ming smiled. Soon, a group of people appeared at the entrance of the valley. There were more than 20 of them. Including Lu Kun and the others, there were more than 30 of them. All the members of the Earth Alliance were here. Ho Nian, what's going on? And Lu Kun? One of the youths who had a pair of red wings on his back scanned the area. When he saw the burly youth and Lu Kun, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Leader, Lu Kun has betrayed us. He has sided with this guy. The burly youth was called Ho Nian. He pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Eh. The members of the Earth Alliance looked at Lu Ming. Especially the youth with the red wings on his back. His eyes were sharp like lightning. You're the leader of the Earth Alliance? Lu Ming stepped forward and looked at the youth with the red wings. That's right. Looks like you're here to provoke the Earth Alliance. The youth with the red wings said coldly. Provoke the Earth Alliance. No, I'm here to take charge of the Earth Alliance. I want this mountain area. If you want to cultivate here, surrender and side with me. Lu Ming said casually. Hee, if you want Breeze Mountain, let's see if you're capable enough. The young man with fiery red wings said coldly. A pair of fiery red wings spread open with a swoosh. His entire body was engulfed in flames and the flames soared into the sky. The temperature of the scene rose sharply and a scorching aura pressed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of flames. The temperature was also high. He resisted the attack. This was the divine power of the sun. It had also awakened 3 times. Suddenly, the youth with the red wings, who was also the leader of the Earth Alliance, moved. He turned into a red ray of light and charged at Lu Ming. His speed was shocking. The moment he flew out, a long flame spear appeared in his hand. He charged at Lu Ming. This was his origin source secret technique. Son of the Sun. Lu Ming's heart moved. A large sun appeared and emitted a bright light. It pressed down. Boom! The Earth Alliance Master's blazing spear pierced the sun, causing a deafening explosion. Waves of terrifying flames shot out in all directions. The rocks on the ground turned fiery red and quickly melted into a pool of liquid. Retreat! The other youths were shocked and retreated. They did not dare to get too close. Sun-chasing divine spear, kill! The leader of the Earth Alliance shouted. His long spear vibrated and released a bright light that shrouded Lu Ming. Chapter 3399. Spear Techniques? Bring it on. Lu Ming muttered as the overbearing god's spear appeared. He waved his hand and many battle gods appeared in the air. They held spears and rode horses as they charged toward the leader of the Earth Alliance. This was the battle god attack of the battle god family. There were more than 100 of them, and they clashed with the spear radiance. They had exchanged more than 100 blows in an instant, but there was no clear winner. Is this all you've got? The leader of the Earth Alliance is nothing more than this. Lu Ming said disdainfully. Don't be so arrogant. The leader of the Earth Alliance shouted. His aura became stronger and his body expanded rapidly. It was obvious that the leader of the Earth Alliance was using the primitive divine body. In the end, he turned into a giant beast with the head of a bird and the body of a human. His head was like an eagle's head with a pair of giant wings on his back. His body was a human's body that was red and covered in flames. This was one of the forms of the primitive divine spirit. It was very ancient and powerful. Show me your primitive divine body. Let me see your strongest combat strength. The leader of the Earth Alliance said. You're not qualified to see my strongest combat strength. However, if you want to see my primitive divine body, I'll show you. Lu Ming said calmly. He then used his primitive divine body and turned into a 1,000-meter tall blue-armored ancient god. Primitive divine body? Die. The leader of the Earth Alliance charged toward Lu Ming with his flaming spear. Lu Ming waved his spear and the two of them clashed. Clang! 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 The spears kept clashing, creating thousands of spear radiances that turned the valley into a mess. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows. To be honest, the leader of the Earth Alliance was very powerful. He had almost no weaknesses. He was in the 7th level of the Divine King realm and had awakened his origin divine power for the 3rd time. He had mastered the origin secret skill and the primitive divine body. He also had other powerful secret skills. He was as powerful as the peerless genius of the barbarian tribe, Man Jie. Lu Ming had used almost all of his strength to kill Man Jie. However, after all these years, Lu Ming had made great progress under the cliff. He had awakened 3 kinds of divine powers for the 3rd time and awakened a secret skill of origin. He was much stronger than when he had fought with Man Jie. Lu Kun and the others retreated tens of thousands of meters and watched from afar. They knew that this was a war for the right to rule over the Earth Alliance. Whoever won would be able to control the Earth Alliance and become one of the 2 overlords of Mount Breeze. You're strong, but you're not a match for me. Show your face, Moon of Moon. Son of Sun. Gate of the Sovereign Lord. Lu Ming let out a low roar. 3 types of origin secret skills appeared continuously above his head. So many origin source secret techniques? You're cultivating an ancient cultivation technique. The Earth Alliance's Earth Alliance cried out in shock. He was from the Flaming Winged Men clan. The Winged Men clan was one of the major clans in the primitive universe. Even on the primitive 10,000 clans list, they were ranked very high. The Winged Men clan had various branches all over the universe. He came from a powerful branch that was much stronger than the Taishu dynasty. He had seen other geniuses who cultivated ancient cultivation techniques. They cultivated multiple divine powers together and were extremely powerful. However, those who could awaken several origin source secret techniques were few and far between. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming cast 4 kinds of origin secret skills, he was naturally shocked. The moon of moon and sun of sun floated above Lu Ming's head and scattered rays of light. These rays of light seemed beautiful, but they were extremely dangerous and filled with destructive power. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master's expression changed drastically. He growled and set up layers of flames around his body. When the rays of light fell, the flames around his body shook violently. Following that, the Gate of the Sovereign pressed down like an ancient divine mountain and pressed down on the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master roared and swung his spear to block. A loud explosion erupted. The Gate of the Sovereign was blocked, but the Earth Alliance's raging flame city wall shook violently and almost exploded. The flames around his body also trembled, and a gap appeared. The rays of the moon and sun of sun seeped in and landed on his body. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master screamed as his body was sent flying. Wounds appeared on his body, and he was almost cut into several pieces. How could Lu Ming miss such an opportunity? He became one with his spear and turned into a ray of spear light that pierced towards the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master could not block this attack at all. His body was pierced by the spear light and nailed to a wall. The Alliance Master has lost. The surrounding people were dumbfounded and in disbelief. One had to know that they were all young and peerless geniuses from various races. Within their races, they were all existences that could challenge those of a higher level. They were almost invincible among those of the same level. However, the chief of the Earth Alliance had lost to Lu Ming even though his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. Even though they were very knowledgeable, they had never seen a freak like Lu Ming. You've lost. Lu Ming stared at the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master and said coldly. Since I've lost, I'll surrender. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master was very straightforward. In this world, the strong were respected, and the strong could occupy better resources. He had long been aware of this. Since you want to surrender, put on the headband. Lu Ming said indifferently. Put on the headband? No, since I said I'll surrender, I'll definitely surrender. There's no need for the headband. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master roared. Is that so? But it's better to put on the headband so that I won't worry. Don't worry, I'll take it off when I leave this place. Lu Ming said, then took out a headband. Under the effect of his divine power, the headband quickly enlarged and he put it on the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master's head. These 2 headbands had already been refined by Lu Ming and were completely under Lu Ming's control. With a thought, he could explode and blow apart the Earth Alliance Master's head. After controlling the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master, Lu Ming dispersed the Overlord God's spear. His body rapidly shrank and returned to its original size. The Earth Alliance's Alliance Master also returned to his normal size. He panted heavily, then took out a divine pill and swallowed it. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. Lu Ming did not kill him just now, so the Earth Alliance's Alliance Master's injuries were not serious. It did not take long for him to recover. Alliance Master. The Earth Alliance Master stood up and bowed to Lu Ming with cupped fists. Now that he had surrendered to Lu Ming was naturally the Alliance Master. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Alliance Master. The others also bowed to Lu Ming. To the others, it did not matter who the Alliance Master was. They had to hand over the Origin Divine Crystals anyway, as long as the new Alliance Master did not plunder too much. The one who suffered the greatest loss was the previous Earth Alliance Master. In the past, he only needed to sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. But in the future, not only would he have to condense the Origin Divine Crystals himself, he would also have to hand over a portion to Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming found out the name of the Earth Alliance Master. He was called Tian Xing. Where's the Flying Alliance's headquarters? How strong are they? At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Tian Xing. The Flying Alliance's strength is about the same as ours. The Alliance Master of the Flying Alliance's strength is about the same as mine. Is the Alliance Master going to attack the Flying Alliance? Tian Xing asked. Chapter 3400. That's right. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand. Tian Xing immediately led the way and the group charged towards the headquarters of the Flying Alliance. The headquarters of the Flying Alliance was on the other side of Breeze Mountain. It was also a place with an excellent environment. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, the Flying Alliance was naturally alerted. Whoosh! Whoosh! Dozens of figures flashed and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming glanced over and saw a total of 40 young figures. A few of them were the snake-haired youth who had surrounded Lu Ming and wanted Lu Ming to hand over his storage ring, Ophiuchus. However, Ophiuchus and the rest were following behind a blue-robed youth. Apparently, the blue-robed youth was their leader. Tian Xing, why did you bring people to the Flying Alliance? Do you want to fight with me? You should know that it's hard to decide who's going to win. The blue-robed youth stared at Lu Ming and said. This person was the leader of the Flying Alliance, Shui Chu. Shui Chu, I'm not here today to fight with you. Tian Xing sneered. You're not the one who wants to fight with me? Then why did you bring all the members of the Earth Alliance to me? No matter what, you have to make things clear today. Otherwise, you'll think that the Flying Alliance is a pushover. Shui Chu said coldly. Tian Xing wanted to say more, but Lu Ming gently raised his hand and Tian Xing stopped talking. My purpose today is simple. Surrender and join me. You can continue to condense primordial divine crystals in Breeze Mountain. Otherwise, get out of Breeze Mountain. Lu Ming's voice rang out and stunned the members of the Flying Alliance. Tian Xing did not say anything. Suddenly, an unrelated person came out and shamelessly asked the Flying Alliance to surrender or get out of Breeze Mountain. Who is this guy? How arrogant. Tian Xing didn't say anything and he's already boasting shamelessly. What a joke. A few members of the Flying Alliance mocked him. As for the Snake Man, his eyes widened as he shouted, I recognize this brat. This brat is new here. Previously, he was absorbing the primordial divine aura alone at Breeze Mountain. He was almost taught a lesson by me. If it wasn't for Lu Kun saving him, he would have been suppressed by me. So it's a new kid. No wonder he's so arrogant and ignorant. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. What a pity. Several members of the Flying Alliance continued to mock him. At first, they were afraid that Lu Ming was an expert from some famous mountain, but after hearing what the Ophiuchus said, they were relieved. Would an expert from a famous mountain absorb primordial divine energy alone in Windy Mountain? Anyone with common sense would know that cultivating by absorbing primordial aura was the slowest and least efficient method. Only by cultivating by condensing primordial god crystals would the results be the best. It was clear that Lu Ming was a hothead who had just arrived. Moreover, he had almost been suppressed by the Ophiuchus. It was Lu Kun who had saved him, which meant that his strength was very ordinary. Only the people from the Flying Alliance would mock him without restraint. Arrogant? Do you not know the immensity of heaven and earth? These people from the Flying Alliance are courting death. The people from the Earth Alliance looked at the people from the Flying Alliance with strange expressions. The people from the Flying Alliance dared to say that Lu Ming didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? Who was the one who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? They all knew how strong Lu Ming was. However, the people from the Earth Alliance naturally wouldn't warn the Flying Alliance. In Windy Mountain, the Earth Alliance and the Flying Alliance had been competing with each other for a long time. They had fought against each other many times. If the Flying Alliance made Lu Ming unhappy and got beaten up, they would be very happy. This kid actually came here again. Very well. Let me teach him a lesson. The Ophiuchus sneered and stepped forward. His snake-like hair danced in the wind. He looked ferocious and terrifying. Ophiuchus, don't be careless. Shui Chu reminded him. Just now, Shui Chu had seen Lu Ming raise his hand and Tianxing didn't say anything. He had a bad feeling about this. He knew Tianxing well. Tianxing wasn't easy to talk to. Alliance Master, don't worry. This kid only has the cultivation of the 5th Divine King realm. He can't do anything. Just help me keep an eye on the people from the Earth Alliance. The Ophiuchus smiled. Cold light flickered in his eyes as he walked towards Lu Ming. Of course, he was overthinking. Tianxing and the others stood there motionlessly. They didn't have any intention of helping Lu Ming. They knew that Lu Ming didn't need their help. The Ophiuchus was a little surprised. However, he didn't think too much about it. He was confident in his own strength. You talk too much. If you want to fight, do it quickly. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Ming glanced at the Ophiuchus and said casually. Kid, since you're in a hurry to die, I'll send you on your way. The Ophiuchus's eyes were cold as he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow dashed towards Lu Ming's throat. It was a snake shadow. Lu Ming saw it clearly. It flew out from the Ophiuchus's hair. A strand of the Ophiuchus hair turned into a venomous snake and bit towards Lu Ming's throat. That's a strange move, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His hand glowed and slashed out like a blade. Slash. The venomous snake was sliced into two, and the remaining half quickly shrunk back into its body. Kid, you dare to kill my snake spirit? You're courting death. I'll let you have a taste of my 1,000 snake bites. The Ophiuchus roared. Then, his snake hair started to twist and grow. They turned into venomous snakes and bit towards Lu Ming. The densely packed venomous snakes let out hissing sounds, and a fishy stench assailed his nostrils. What a disgusting secret technique. Suppress it. Lu Ming frowned and looked disgusted. He didn't want to waste time with the Ophiuchus. Then, the lunar moon and the solar sun appeared and pressed down on the Ophiuchus. The sky was filled with multicolored light, covering the Ophiuchus and the venomous snakes. Instantly, the venomous snakes started to twist crazily as if they were in pain. Then, they started to melt like ice meeting fire. Ah! The Ophidian screamed miserably. He seemed to be in great pain. He wanted to unleash the primordial divine body to block the attack, but Lu Ming pressed his palm down. The lunar moon and the solar sun pressed down with a rumbling sound. The destructive force completely enveloped the Ophidian. The Ophiuchus screamed and was sent flying for a few hundred li. He fell on the ground and smoke rose from his body. His body was broken and bleeding. He was severely injured. It was too horrible to look at. The people of the Flying Alliance shrank their eyes in fear. The Ophiuchus's god power wasn't weak. He had the cultivation of the 6th king god realm. In the Flying Alliance, he was one of the strongest experts besides Shui Chu. However, he was easily defeated by Lu Ming. They didn't come with good intentions. Now, the people of the Flying Alliance finally knew that Lu Ming and the others didn't come with good intentions. 2 original secret techniques. Shui Chu's face was solemn. Especially when he thought about how Lu Ming had raised his hand and Tianxing had shut up obediently. Shui Chu had a bad premonition. I'll say it again. You either surrender or get out of Breeze Mountain. If you don't accept it, you can fight me. Lu Ming said again. You're really strong. I would like to exchange pointers with you. If you can defeat me, Breeze Mountain is yours. At this moment, Shuai-Chu spoke and slowly stepped forward. Chapter 34:01. Shuai-Chu's body was enveloped in a layer of blue light. It flowed like water in the deep sea, making splashing sounds. His entire body twisted as if he had turned into water. He wanted to fight with Lu Ming. The winner would control Breeze Mountain while the loser would leave or surrender. Splash! Suddenly, Shuai-Chu moved. His body turned into a river and rushed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the river water surged. Battle swords formed by water flew out and attacked Lu Ming. Thousand rapid whirlpool. A low roar could be heard from the river. Then, more than 10 huge vortexes appeared above Lu Ming's head. They were formed by blue and crystal clear water. They spun crazily, as if they wanted to engulf everything and crush them into ashes. This was Shuai-Chu's origin secret technique. Lu Ming gave him a sense of danger, so he did not dare to be careless. He used his full strength right from the start. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He circulated his divine power and his aura burst out. He used the battle formula to quadruple his battle strength. At the same time, he waved his hand and several origin secret techniques appeared. He attacked Shuai-Chu. To be honest, Shuai-Chu's strength was not weaker than Tian Xing's. Otherwise, they would not have fought for so many years without a winner. But against Lu Ming, the result was already decided. Lu Ming controlled a few origin secret skills and constantly suppressed Shuai-Chu. Shuai-Chu was unable to contend with it. After barely withstanding more than 10 moves, he was sent flying. He vomited blood and was seriously injured. I've lost. I'm willing to leave Breeze Mountain. Shuai-Chu sighed. Leave? Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming said indifferently. What do you mean? You said before that if we lost, we could leave. Are you going back on your words? Shuai-Chu's expression changed. That's right. I've changed my mind. Lu Ming sneered. A headband appeared in his hand as he walked toward Shuai-Chu. He wanted to control Shuai-Chu. He could condense origin divine crystals for him. He did not want to miss this opportunity. You, despicable, Shuai-Chu roared and transformed into a stream of water, wanting to escape. Since he had been defeated, he accepted it. He planned to leave Little Wind Mountain and head to other famous mountains. With his strength, it was still possible for him to enter those famed mountains and join a faction. In those famed mountains, it was rumored that the exploitation was even more severe. To condense 10 primordial divine crystals, one had to hand over at least 9, or even more. However, the speed of condensing on the famed mountains was much faster. In some small mountains, it would take 10 years to condense one piece, and 100 years to condense 10 pieces. If Shuai-Chu stayed with Lu Ming, even if he handed in 6 pieces out of every 10 pieces, he would only get 4 pieces in 100 years. However, in the famed mountains, one would be able to condense 1 piece a month, 12 pieces a year, and 100 years, more than 1,000 pieces. Even if one were to hand it in, at the very least, there would still be dozens of pieces left. This was something that Windy Mountain couldn't compare with. After being defeated by Lu Ming, Shuai-Chu had originally planned to leave and head to those famous mountains. However, he didn't expect that Lu Ming didn't want him to leave at all. Gate of Domination. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Gate of Domination pressed down on Shuai-Chu. Shuai-Chu was already heavily injured and couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. He was suppressed under the Gate of Domination and couldn't move. Then, Lu Ming stepped forward and put the headband on Shuai-Chu's head. You, sigh. In the end, Shuai-Chu sighed helplessly and gave up resisting. Now that he was a fish on the chopping board, he would only die if he resisted. What about you guys? Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the remaining members of the Flying Alliance. We are willing to surrender. When the remaining members of the Flying Alliance saw that Shuai-Chu had been defeated, they didn't dare to resist and surrendered obediently. Alright, then from now on, we are the only one left in Little Wind Mountain. We need to change our name. Let's call ourselves the Dragon Alliance. Don't worry, I won't let you guys suffer losses if you follow me. Tianxing, Shui Chu, in the future, when you condense primordial divine crystals, you can keep 7 out of every 10 pieces and only hand in 3 pieces. Lu Ming said loudly, using the name of the Dragon Alliance that he had created previously. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Tianxing and Shui Chu bowed with a hint of joy. They only had to hand in 3 out of every 10 pieces. Although it wasn't as good as being the Alliance Leader in the past, it had already exceeded their expectations. It was better than what they had imagined. As for the rest of you, as long as you hand in 5 out of every 10 pieces, you can keep 5 for yourselves. Lu Ming said to the others. Thank you, Alliance Leader. The others were overjoyed. In the past, they had to hand in 7 or 6 pieces every 100 years. But now, they only had to hand in 5 pieces, and that was already a huge profit. They suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with changing the Alliance Leader. It was even better than before. Do you guys have any primordial divine crystals? Give me a few pieces first. Lu Ming swept his gaze around, looking forward to it. Previously, when they directly absorbed the primordial divine qi to cultivate, the effect was much better than outside. What would the effect be if they directly refined the primordial divine crystals? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. This Alliance Leader, it's hard to find any primordial divine crystals left. Normally, when we get them, we will directly refine them and convert them into our strength. So, there are none left. Shui Chu said awkwardly. Alliance Leader, I have 2 pieces here. At this moment, Tianxing spoke. Alright, give them to me first. I'll deduct them from what you have to hand in the future. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Then, Tianxing took out 2 pieces of dark red crystals and handed them to Lu Ming. The crystals were about the size of a longan. When Lu Ming took them, he felt an extremely powerful and pure energy drilling into his palm. Is this the primordial divine crystal? I feel like the energy has mutated. Lu Ming sensed it and his heart skipped a beat. He felt that the energy of the primordial divine crystal was indeed condensed from the primordial divine qi. But because the concentration was too high, it had mutated and become of a higher level. It was definitely more useful than the primordial divine qi. Alright, you guys can go do whatever you need to do. Lu Ming said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Tianxing, Shui Chu, and the others cupped their fists and left in a flash. They went to various places in Breeze Mountain and started to condense the primordial divine crystal. Lu Ming found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a piece of the primordial divine crystal and swallowed it. He then started to refine it. Thump thump thump, the ancient god's heart beat even faster, like thunder. It absorbed the energy of the primordial divine crystal and turned it into a powerful blood qi that flowed into his limbs and bones. This blood qi was too powerful. It was much stronger than when he had absorbed the primordial divine qi. Lu Ming's body could not absorb it all at once. Lu Ming then used the universe myriad Dao technique to absorb the energy. He did not expect that the energy would turn into various kinds of divine powers and be absorbed by the star core. The energy of the primordial divine crystal could not only increase the strength of the primordial divine body, but it could also be used to increase divine powers. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The energy of the primordial divine crystal was very rich. Lu Ming used half a month's time to fully absorb the energy of the primordial divine crystal. Chapter 3402. It took Lu Ming half a month to fully absorb a piece of primordial divine crystal. However, the effect was shocking. It was better than absorbing the primordial divine qi alone for a few years. Lu Ming felt that his ancient god body had improved a lot and was closer to the purple-armored ancient god body. If this continued, Lu Ming believed that it wouldn't be long before his ancient god body improved and became a purple-armored ancient god body. At the same time, his divine power had increased a little. Although it wasn't much and was mainly divided among the 11 divine powers, it was still much faster than normal cultivation. The effect of the primordial divine crystal is indeed extraordinary. If I have hundreds or thousands of them and continuously refine them, my ancient god body and cultivation will definitely improve. No wonder the people here have such amazing primordial divine bodies. Lu Ming pondered. He had fought with Lu Kun, Tian Xing, Shui Chu, and the others before and realized that their primordial divine bodies were extremely powerful. It was especially so for Tian Xing and Shui Chu. Although they didn't cultivate the ancient god body but other primordial divine bodies, they were very close to the blue-armored ancient god body. At least, they were at the limit of the blue-armored ancient god body. In the Taishu dynasty, there were people who cultivated the ancient god body, but Lu Ming had never seen anyone who could cultivate to this level. Lu Ming's cultivation level was inseparable from his series of fortuitous encounters. Lu Ming had a series of fortuitous encounters before he managed to cultivate to this realm. However, the geniuses that Lu Ming encountered here were all very experienced and were not much weaker than him. It must be because of the primordial divine crystals here. For example, Shui Chu and Tian Xing used to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. After years of constantly refining primordial divine crystals, their primordial divine bodies were not strong. This was only Breeze Mountain, a small mountain. Those famous mountains could condense a piece of primordial divine crystal in a month. How far could those geniuses who stayed in the famous mountains cultivate their primordial divine bodies? Continue, then. Lu Ming swallowed the remaining primordial divine crystal and refined it. Half a month later, he had completely refined it. However, the ancient god body did not break through. According to the ancient god tactics, the ancient god body was divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The purple-armored ancient god body was the last level and was extremely difficult to break through. Generally speaking, if one did not have the opportunity, it would be difficult to break through in one's lifetime. Naturally, it was not something that could be broken through by relying on 2 primordial divine crystals. It was not that easy. Of course, the harder it was to break through, the greater the rewards would be. The others would need 10 years to condense the primordial divine crystal. I'd better cultivate while waiting. Lu Ming pondered, and then went into seclusion to cultivate, absorbing the primordial divine qi between heaven and earth. Every time he cultivated for a period of time, he would take out a voice transmission jade charm to send a voice transmission to Blue Merchant and Myriad God. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Just like that, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it had been 100 years since Lu Ming had arrived at Windy Mountain. 100 years was just a blink of an eye to them. After 100 years, Lu Ming's subordinates began to hand over primordial divine crystals. Lu Ming's 70 subordinates received more than 350 primordial divine crystals. Receiving so many primordial divine crystals almost made Lu Ming drool. With so many primordial divine crystals, I'll definitely be able to reach the purple-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After 100 years of cultivation, Lu Ming felt that the ancient god body was only half a step away from the purple-armored ancient god body. Just a little bit more, and he would be able to make the breakthrough. However, it was this little bit that had kept Lu Ming stuck, unable to break through. Now that he had so many primordial divine crystals, he would definitely be able to break through in one go. Lu Ming was about to take out a primordial divine crystal to absorb and refine when a figure suddenly rushed over and shouted, "Alliance leader, bad news. Bad news. Lu Kun, what's going on?" Lu Ming frowned. The person who had come was Lu Kun. "Alliance leader, someone is here to cause trouble. They have already injured many of our people," Lu Kun said. "Cause trouble? They're courting death." Lu Ming snorted coldly. "Alliance leader, but the other party is from a famed mountain," Lu Kun said, his face pale. "Famed mountain? Very well, let's go and meet them." With that, Lu Ming strode out of the room. Lu Kun quickly followed. On the way, Lu Kun briefly explained the situation. The other party was from one of the famed mountains, Fengyan Mountain. They were from one of the factions in Fengyan Mountain, Yuntian Alliance. Previously, they had suddenly descended on Breeze Mountain and demanded that they hand over all their primordial divine crystals or they would flatten Breeze Mountain. After that, a conflict broke out between the two parties. However, the other party was very powerful. Tianxing and Shui Chu were defeated and injured by the other party. After a while, Lu Ming and Lu Kun arrived at the peak of Breeze Mountain. At the center of the peak, two young men in white robes stood there with their hands behind their backs. They looked like they were the most powerful people in the world. Alliance leader. Seeing Lu Ming's arrival, the others' eyes lit up. Tianxing, Shui Chu, and the others hurried over. Lu Ming glanced around and found that Tianxing and Shui Chu's aura was weak. They were obviously injured. "Are you okay?" Lu Ming asked. "We're fine." "Alliance leader, you have to be careful of those two. Although they are only in the 7th layer of the Divine King realm, their primordial divine bodies are very strong." Tianxing said softly. Lu Ming nodded and looked at the two young men. The two young men in white robes also looked at Lu Ming. One of them said, "You are the leader of this mountain. Very well, hand over all your primordial divine crystals." "Why should we hand over our primordial divine crystals to you?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Very simple. From today onwards, this mountain will be under the jurisdiction of Yuntian Alliance." The young man in white robes smiled. "Nonsense. Fengyan Mountain is very far away from here. Moreover, the factions of the famed mountains usually don't interfere in the affairs of other mountains. I think you just happened to pass by here and wanted to plunder some primordial divine crystals along the way." Tianxing shouted angrily. He had been here for quite some time, so he knew a little about some of the things that had happened. Sometimes, the geniuses of the famed mountains would go out for errands. Some of them with bad character would set their sights on the small mountains and plunder some primordial divine crystals from them. Although there were not many primordial divine crystals on the small mountains, there were many of them. The result of plundering them along the way was shocking. Obviously, the two young men in white robes were like that. "So what? If you don't hand them over, we don't mind destroying you. Even if all the ants on this small mountain were to disappear, it wouldn't cause any trouble." The young man in white robes who had spoken previously said coldly. "Is that so? I would like to see how capable you are to destroy my windy mountain." Lu Ming's face was cold. He stepped forward and cold killing intent filled the air. 5th layer of the Divine King realm. I really don't know how you became the leader of this small mountain with your cultivation." The young man in white robes sneered. Chapter 3403. The young man in white clothes sneered and walked towards Lu Ming. His aura soared to the sky. He had the cultivation base of the 7th King God layer. His immense god power turned into a giant palm, pressing down on Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming threw a punch. A 9-clawed dragon roared and soared to the sky, tearing the palm apart. "Little brat, get down. Godly sky fist." The young man in white clothes shouted and soared to the sky. Then, he threw a punch. Both of his fists glowed. Instantly, countless fist energies flew towards Lu Ming. Each of his fist energies was terrifying. They kept exploding the void. "Godly Dragon Dharma." Lu Ming shouted, activating the battle character's secret art to increase his fighting strength by 4 times. The god power in his body surged to his hands like a river. As Lu Ming moved his hands, the 9-clawed dragon appeared one after another. There were 99 of them in total. The 99 9-clawed dragons roared and dashed towards the young man in white clothes, colliding with his fist energies. Boom! Boom! Explosions kept happening in the sky. Violent energies swept everywhere. After a few breaths, the fist energies and the 9-clawed dragon disappeared. "You're strong. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, you're not strong enough in front of me." The young man in white clothes shouted. His eyes were even colder. He couldn't even defeat a cultivator of the 5th King God layer, He felt humiliated. His murderous intent surged. Lu Ming was speechless. Who was the arrogant one here? They had come to the Windy Mountain to rob them of their original divine crystals. Now, Lu Ming was the arrogant one. Did he think that it was normal for him to be arrogant? Did he think that it was normal for him to be arrogant? Lu Ming didn't want to waste his breath on this kind of person. Die. At that moment, the young man in white clothes shouted. A bronze fist appeared above his head. Yes, it was a fist that seemed to be made of bronze. It was incomparably huge, like a small mountain, and emitted a terrifying pressure. Boom! His fist shook and pressed down on Lu Ming. A berserk energy exploded out, causing some of the weaker Dragon Alliance members to be unable to stand still. They retreated to avoid this energy. This was his origin's secret technique. Tyrant God Spear. Lu Ming clenched his fist and the Tyrant God Spear condensed. Then, a spear light soared into the sky and blasted towards the bronze fist. The two collided. An even more terrifying explosion rang out as the Tyrant God Spear and the bronze fist shook violently. Then, the bronze fist flew backward and the Tyrant God Spear shrunk rapidly. Damned bastard, die for me. The white-robed young man became even more furious when he failed to defeat Lu Ming even after using his origin's secret technique. He roared furiously as his body rapidly expanded, turning into a giant. This is the ancient god body. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect the white-robed young man to cultivate the ancient god body, just like Lu Ming. However, the white-robed young man's ancient god body was too big. It was 10,000 meters tall and emitted a purple light. Purple-armored ancient god body. The white-robed young man's ancient god body had reached the purple-armored ancient god body, which was one level higher than Lu Ming's. As expected of a genius from a famous mountain. He has so many resources. Lu Ming exclaimed. The white-robed young man's ancient god body was one level higher than his. The resources of a famous mountain made Lu Ming envious. Bam! The purple-armored ancient god stepped forward and stomped on Lu Ming. At the same time, the bronze fist glowed and flew towards the white-robed young man, merging with his fist. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the Nine Heavens Garuda technique and retreated quickly to avoid his opponent's kick. Then, his body expanded rapidly and transformed into the blue-armored ancient god body. However, the blue-armored ancient god body was only 1,000 meters tall, which was far inferior to the white-robed young man. He looked like a small dot in front of the white-robed young man. So, you also have the ancient god body, but only the blue-armored ancient god body. Die. The white-robed young man's disdainful voice rang out. Then, the bronze fist blasted toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly used the overbearing god spear to block in front of him. Boom! The white-robed young man's fist hit the overbearing god spear, causing it to vibrate violently. Several cracks appeared on the spear and it almost exploded. Lu Ming's body went numb as he felt a terrifying force crushing toward him. He couldn't help but retreat and crash into a protruding mountain rock, shattering it. What a terrifying force. Is this the power of the purple-armored ancient god? Lu Ming spat out a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. After the white-robed young man displayed his ancient god body, his strength had increased tremendously. His combat strength was much stronger than before. Even though Lu Ming had displayed his ancient god body, he was still no match for the white-robed young man. Lu Ming's previous guess was right. The purple-armored ancient god was much stronger than the blue-armored ancient god. The harder it was to break through, the greater the gains after breaking through. It was no wonder that Tian Xing and Shui Chu were no match for the white-robed young man. Although they were of the same cultivation level, after the white-robed young man displayed his purple-armored ancient god body, Tian Xing and Shui Chu were no match for him. Haha, boy, so what if you have some strength? In front of me, you are just an ant. Die. The white-robed young man laughed and took a few steps forward. Then, he threw another punch at Lu Ming. Let's see how strong the purple-armored ancient god is. Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited and his fighting spirit soared. Then, with a loud shout, Lu Ming circulated all his divine power to the extreme. Above his head, a moon and a sun appeared. Then, the gate of domination, the void-shattering sword, and the primordial divine dragon horn appeared one after another. 6 secret skills of origin. How is that possible? The white-robed young man roared in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Let's fight. Lu Ming shouted and pressed his hands together. All kinds of secret skills of origin exploded with terrifying power and bombarded the white-robed young man from all directions. So what if you have many secret skills of origin? I will still kill you. The white-robed young man came to his senses and roared. He waved his fist and punched at Lu Ming. In the next moment, he collided with Lu Ming's various secret skills of origin. There was a huge explosion at the peak of Breezy Mountain. The destructive power cut off a large piece of the mountain peak. The two of them fought with all their might, and terrifying waves of energy erupted. Around the mountain peak, except for the other white-robed young man, Tian Xing, and Shui Chu, the others couldn't stand still. They retreated and watched from afar. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had collided dozens of times, but there was no clear winner. It had to be said that the white-robed young man was very strong. Especially when combined with the purple-armored ancient god body, his power was too strong. He was actually able to fight Lu Ming to a standstill. The purple-armored ancient god body is indeed powerful. Lu Ming wasn't afraid. Instead, he was happy. He was about to break through to the purple-armored ancient god body. Once he broke through, his combat strength would undoubtedly skyrocket. He was looking forward to it. Damn it, the white-robed young man roared in his heart. He couldn't believe it. With his strength, he couldn't defeat Lu Ming even though he was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. Such a freak didn't exist even on the famous Fengyan Mountain, which was full of geniuses. Which force in the primitive universe did he come from? Chapter 3404. The white-robed young man and Lu Ming fought for a few more rounds, but there was still no clear winner. Is this your maximum strength? I have seen the power of the purple-armored ancient god body. Let's end this battle. Lu Ming's indifferent voice could be heard. Then, a powerful aura erupted. Battle character secret art, 5 times combat strength. Now, when Lu Ming triggered the battle character secret art to increase his combat strength by 5 times, the success rate was less than 10%. After triggering the 5-fold increase in combat ability, Lu Ming's ability increased by another notch. Boom! The overbearing god spear collided with the opponent's fist again. This time, the opponent's body shook violently. His 10,000-meter-tall body was pushed back, causing the entire Breeze Mountain to shake. How is this possible? The white-robed young man shouted in disbelief. Lu Ming had not used his full strength just now. Now, his combat strength had surpassed the white-robed young man's. He was still in the 5th tier of the Divine King realm, but his combat strength had surpassed the white-robed young man's. I said, nothing is impossible. Lu Ming said indifferently as he attacked the white-robed young man fiercely. The 6 secret arts of origin, under the support of the endless divine power, were maintained at their peak power. Every move could destroy a planet. The white-robed young man was no match for Jian Wushuang. He could only defend himself and could not fight back. Bam! He was careless and the overbearing god spear hit his shoulder. Instantly, purple scales flew out and blood splattered. A large part of his shoulder exploded. Quick, come and help me. Let's kill this man together. Finally, the white-robed young man panicked and shouted at the other young man. Kill! The other young man was very decisive. He attacked Lu Ming directly. You want to win by numbers? Have you asked for our permission? Attack! Tian Xing and Shui Chu shouted and rushed toward the second white-robed young man. Get lost! The second white-robed young man shouted coldly. He exploded with all his strength and turned into a wild beast. This was also a primitive divine body. It looked like a wild beast, but its combat strength was extremely strong. When he used this primitive divine body, he reached a height of 10,000 meters. Apparently, he was no weaker than the purple-armored young man. Tianxing and Shui Chu did not dare to be careless. They also exploded with all their strength. Boom! Boom! After a few blows, Tianxing and Shui Chu were no match for the opponent and they kept retreating. Although the opponent was also in the 7th tier of Divine King realm, his combat strength was no weaker than the first white-robed young man. Even if Tianxing and Shui Chu joined forces, they could not fight him. We just have to hold him back. When the Alliance Master wins, he will naturally come back to help us. Tianxing said Shui Chu, okay. Shui Chu responded. Immediately, the two of them changed their tactics. They did not seek to make any achievements, but to avoid making any mistakes. They only used offensive moves to entangle the other party so that the other party could not deal with Lu Ming for the time being. At this moment, Lu Ming had gained an overall advantage. He blasted the first young man in white robes until he kept retreating. Yin Good the Great Yin Yan Go. Lu Ming activated his Yin Yang God eyes with all his might, transforming them into Yin Yang runes that appeared around the other party's body. They wrapped around the other party, trying to lock him in place. Roar! The opponent roared and attacked with all his strength. He wanted to break the Yin Yang talisman, but Lu Ming controlled the 6 origin secret skills and attacked. Bam! The gate of domination landed on the opponent's head. He staggered and almost fell. His head almost exploded. Then, the other origin secret skills landed one after another. The opponent screamed in pain. His body was injured and bleeding. At the same time, the Yin Yang talisman wrapped around his body. When Lu Ming activated the Yin Yang talisman, its power was shocking. Even the purple-armored ancient divine body's purple-armored scales could not withstand it. The talisman cut him into several pieces. Ah! The first white-robed young man kept struggling, but it was useless. Lu Ming continued to attack him. Puff! Puff! Finally, the opponent could not withstand it anymore. His body was cut into several pieces, but he was not dead. His eyes were filled with fear. Stop! Let me go and I will let bygones be bygones. The first white-robed young man shouted. Let bygones be bygones? Haha! Lu Ming sneered and did not stop attacking. How dare you! I am from Fengyan Mountain's Yuntian Alliance. If you dare to kill me, you will all die. The white-robed young man shouted. He used Yuntian Alliance to threaten Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense with him and continued to attack. Bam! In the last attack, the gate of domination hit the opponent's head. The opponent screamed in agony. His head exploded and he died. How dare you kill someone from Yuntian Alliance? You are courting death. The second white-robed young man roared in anger. He attacked with all his strength and forced Tianxing and Shui Chu to retreat. He was about to escape. With this person's strength, Tianxing and Shui Chu would not be able to stop him. However, since Lu Ming had killed one, how could he let the second one go? If the other party really left, he would face real revenge. Since you are here, stay. Lu Ming used the 9 Heavens Kunpeng technique and chased after the other party. Then, he stabbed with his spear. Lu Ming borrowed Qiuqiu's power for this shot. Lu Ming could not let the other party escape. Therefore, he did not fight with his own strength. It would be bad if the other party escaped. Sizzle sizzle, streaks of lightning shot out from the tip of the spear. In an instant, it crossed the void and attacked the second white-robed young man. It was extremely fast. The white-robed young man could not dodge in time. He was hit by the lightning and screamed in agony. Green smoke rose from his body and he almost turned into charcoal. His body fell to the ground with a plop. Lu Ming took a step forward and moved with his spear. He pierced through the other party's forehead and killed him. In this way, 2 geniuses from Fengyan Mountain's Yintian Alliance were dead. They are dead. When the other members of the Dragon Alliance saw this, their faces changed. Some were shocked and some were solemn. Lu Ming turned into his original form. With a wave of his hand, he kept the storage rings of the 2. These 2 came from famous mountains. Are there any primordial divine crystals left? Lu Ming looked expectant. Then, he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the 2 storage rings. Lu Ming skipped over the divine weapons and elixirs. In the next moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found a luxurious box in each of their storage rings. The box was filled with primordial divine crystals. In each box, there were more than 1,000 pieces. The 2 boxes together had more than 2,000 pieces. Obviously, the 2 white-robed young men had visited other mountains before coming to Breeze Mountain. They had plundered a large amount of primordial divine crystals and did not have the time to enjoy them. All of them were given to Lu Ming. The 2 of you are not bad. These 100 primordial divine crystals are for you. Chapter 3405. If you want a horse to work, you have to let the horse eat grass. Lu Ming understood this principle too well. Hence, he gave out 200 primordial divine crystals to Tian Xing and Shui Chu. Tian Xing and Shui Chu were overjoyed. They bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Alliance leader." The others were envious. Then, Lu Ming looked around and said, "You guys are not bad either. Each of you will be rewarded with 10 primordial divine crystals." With that, he waved his hand and pieces of primordial divine crystals flew out. Each of them got 10 pieces and flew to different people. There were 68 people in the Dragon Alliance. Apart from Tian Xing and Shui Chu, there were 66 people left. Each of them got 10 primordial divine crystals, which was 660 pieces. In addition to Tian Xing and Shui Chu's 200 pieces, it was 860 pieces. However, Lu Ming did not feel any heartache. There were more than 200 primordial divine crystals in the storage rings of the 2 black-robed men. Moreover, these primordial divine crystals would not be given away for free. As expected, everyone in the Dragon Alliance was overjoyed. They thanked Lu Ming and were even more convinced by Lu Ming. To them, 10 primordial divine crystals would take them a few hundred years to get. Now that they got it all at once, they were naturally overjoyed. Alright, during this period, you guys don't have to condense primordial divine crystals. Refine the primordial divine crystals in your hands first. Also, don't leak a word about what happened today. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, Alliance leader, don't worry. The others replied loudly. They naturally would not leak the news. They knew better than Lu Ming how frightening the geniuses of the famed mountains were. After giving the instructions, Lu Ming destroyed the corpses of the 2 white-robed men. Then, he returned to his place of seclusion and started his seclusion. With so many primordial divine crystals, it should be enough for me to break through to the purple-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming muttered. He was filled with anticipation at the thought of the purple-armored ancient god body's power. He then took out a piece of primordial divine crystal and started to refine it. In half a month, he could refine 1 piece. In 1 year, he could refine 24 pieces. Lu Ming had plenty of primordial divine crystals. He could refine them to his heart's content. Once he started cultivating, it took 5 years. Lu Ming refined a total of 120 pieces of primordial divine crystals. At this time, Lu Ming's accumulation finally reached the limit. Crackle. The bones in his body emitted a thunderous sound. Then, his body began to swell and emit a resplendent light. Roar. Lu Ming raised his head and let out a long howl. It was as if an ancient god had come back to life. The roar spread to every corner of Breeze Mountain. What happened? This is... Many people from the Dragon Alliance were shocked. It's the Alliance Master's original body that's breaking through. Don't go over and alarm the Alliance Master. We'll protect the Alliance Master from the surroundings. Tian Xing's voice rang out, and the Dragon League calmed down and guarded the area. At this moment, Lu Ming's body had transformed into a blue-armored ancient god that was 1,000 meters tall. His whole body was emitting a dazzling blue light. Roar! Roar! Lu Ming raised his head and roared. The roar of the ancient god became more and more intense. At the same time, the sound coming from his body became louder and louder. After a few minutes, his body began to swell again. It rapidly grew bigger and taller. 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. This time, Lu Ming's body grew to a height of 10,000 meters before stopping. At the same time, the scales on his body were no longer blue. They were purple, but light purple. Success! Ha, I've finally broken through to the purple-armored ancient god. Lu Ming laughed. He was laughing wildly in his heart. After refining so many primordial divine crystals, his ancient god body had finally broken through and reached the highest level recorded in the ancient god tactics. Of course, it was only the initial stage of the purple-armored ancient god body. There was still a long way to go before it reached the peak. The white-robed young man from before was also at this level. What a powerful force! Lu Ming exclaimed as he felt the majestic force in his body. The purple-armored ancient god body was indeed much stronger than the blue-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming felt that he could blow up a planet with one punch. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to kill that white-robed young man. Lu Ming smiled. Previously, he had to use the battle formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he had to use all kinds of methods to kill the white-robed young man. Now, he felt that he could kill the white-robed young man without using the battle formula. Withdraw. With a thought, Lu Ming withdrew the purple-armored ancient god body and his body returned to its original state. Let's continue. Lu Ming did not stop. He took out another primordial divine crystal and began to refine it. The purple-armored ancient god body had just broken through and was still far from the peak. His strength could still increase. Now that he had so many primordial divine crystals, he naturally had to seize the time to cultivate. He took out a piece of primordial divine crystal and refined it. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He realized that his speed of refining the primordial divine crystal was several times faster than before. Could the speed of refining the primordial divine crystal be related to the grade of the primordial ancient god body? Lu Ming's heart stirred and he was overjoyed. This was great. His speed of refining the primordial divine crystal would be several times faster. Continue. Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to refine the primordial divine crystal. Thump thump thump, the ancient god's heart beat violently and became more powerful. It quickly absorbed the energy of the primordial divine crystal and turned it into blood chi that filled his body. Lu Ming focused on cultivating. After a while, he realized that his speed of refining the primordial divine crystal was 3 times faster than before. In the past, it took him half a month to refine one primordial divine crystal. Now, he only needed 5 days to refine one. In other words, he could refine 6 primordial divine crystals in a month and 72 primordial divine crystals in a year. Time flew by. Lu Ming refined the primordial divine crystals one after another. Lu Ming's purple-armored ancient god body was also becoming stronger. When he turned into the purple-armored ancient god body, the light purple scales on his body became deeper. At the same time, Lu Ming's cultivation base was also increasing. After a few more years, Lu Ming's cultivation base had reached the peak of the 5th king god realm. He was only 1 step away from the 6th king god realm. Then, Lu Ming started to prepare to break through to the 6th king god realm. In the blink of an eye, another few years had passed. Lu Ming had refined several hundred primordial divine crystals and reached his limit. Breakthrough. Lu Ming's heart shook. The god power in his body surged crazily. At the same time, the measure character formula also refined a part of the energy of the star nucleus. It poured into Lu Ming's body and merged with his god power to break through to the 6th king god realm. Boom! After an unknown period of time, Lu Ming's body exploded. Then, a tremendous aura shot up to the sky. He had broken through to the sixth king god realm. Lu Ming took out a large amount of primordial divine crystals and absorbed their energy to strengthen his cultivation base. After a few days, Lu Ming's aura stabilized and disappeared into his body. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, Tian Xing, Shui Chu, and the others flew over and said, "Congratulations, Alliance Master." Chapter 3406. Tian Xing, Shui Chu, and the others could not calm down. In the past, Lu Ming's cultivation was already terrifying enough. He could kill the geniuses from the famed mountains. During this time, Lu Ming's ancient divine body and cultivation had broken through one after another. How powerful had he become? No need for formalities. The rest of you can go about your business. Tian Xing and Shui Chu, stay. I have something to ask you. Lu Ming said. Then, the others left, leaving Tian Xing and Shui Chu behind. Alliance leader, what do you want to ask us? Tian Xing was the first to speak. I want to ask you about the famed mountains. Lu Ming said. Famed mountains. Tian Xing and Shui Chu were shocked. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Could it be that Lu Ming had started to have designs on the famed mountains? Alliance leader, are you going to the famed mountains? Tian Xing asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded and said, the resources on the famed mountains are 100 times more than Breezy Mountain. Since I'm here, wouldn't it be a pity if I didn't go there? And I'm not the only one who wants to go. I want to bring the two of you with me. Together? Tian Xing and Shui Chu's faces changed again. Why? Are the famed mountains dangerous? Lu Ming asked. Yes, they are. Tian Xing nodded and said with a serious face, in this world, there are geniuses from different forces and races in the primitive universe who cultivate the primitive divine body. These geniuses came here to cultivate. So, in this world, the strong preys on the weak. This is especially obvious in the famed mountains. Those who are not powerful enough can easily be killed in the famed mountains. So, although they know that the speed of condensing primitive divine crystals on the famed mountains is 100 times faster than on the small mountains, most of the people who are not powerful enough would rather stay on the small mountains and slowly condense primitive divine crystals and cultivate than stay on the famed mountains. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and said, tell me more about the famed mountains. All right. Tian Xing nodded. He organized his words and said, in this world, there are a total of 13 famed mountains. They are scattered all over the place. However, these 13 famed mountains have long been occupied. However, the situation of being occupied is also different. Out of the 13 famed mountains, 11 of them are unified. Every famed mountain is occupied by a force. Every famed mountain has a mountain master who is very powerful. Those who come later can't establish themselves in those famed mountains. If you want to enter those famed mountains to condense primordial divine crystals, you can only join the force of that famed mountain. If there is a power that wants to enter a famed mountain to develop, only the remaining two have a chance. That is because those two mountains are still in a state of separation. There are many large and small powers fighting, and they have not been unified yet. Tian Xing explained the general situation of the 13 famous mountains to Li Mu. What about Fengyan Mountain? That Yuntian alliance seems to be just one of the forces in Fengyan Mountain. Lu Ming said. That's right. Fengyan Mountain is one of the two famous mountains that haven't been unified. Moreover, it's the famous mountain closest to our Windy Mountain. The Yuntian alliance is just one of the forces involved. Tian Xing nodded. I see. Alright, let's go to Fengyan Mountain then. Lu Ming said. Fengyan Mountain? Alliance leader, but... Tian Xing and Shui Chu's faces changed. With their strength, it was very dangerous to go to Fengyan Mountain. Why? Don't you want to go to the famed mountains to cultivate? Do you want to stay in this small place? Lu Ming said plainly. Of course we want to go to the famed mountains. However, most of the people in the Dragon Alliance aren't strong enough. If we go to the famed mountains and get targeted by other forces, we might be in danger, Shui Chu said with a solemn face. It's okay. I will protect the people of the Dragon Alliance. I won't let you get killed. Lu Ming said confidently. Now that his combat strength had skyrocketed, and at the same time, he had Qiuqiu. If he and Qiuqiu worked together, their strength would be even more shocking. He was confident that he could establish himself in the famed mountains. Tian Xing and Shui Chu's faces changed. Then, they said, since the alliance leader wants to go, we will naturally accompany him. I just don't know if the others want to go. Everyone is willing to go. Those who are willing to go with me will follow me. Those who are unwilling, I won't force them. Lu Ming said. 2 days later, Lu Ming gathered everyone in the Dragon Alliance and told them his thoughts. When everyone heard that Lu Ming wanted to go to Fengyan Mountain, their faces changed. In the end, a small half of them chose to stay in Fengyan Mountain. After all, although Fengyan Mountain was very tempting, it was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. More than 40 people chose to follow Lu Ming to Fengyan Mountain. They chose to believe in Lu Ming. On the second day, Lu Ming led the 40 people of the Dragon Alliance and set off for Fengyan Mountain. Fengyan Mountain was quite far away from Fengyan Mountain. It took them half a month to reach the boundary of Fengyan Mountain. Is that one of the famed mountains, Fengyan Mountain? It is indeed magnificent. Lu Ming raised his eyes and looked into the distance. On the ground in front of him, there was a huge mountain. This mountain was huge and boundless. Fengyan Mountain could not be compared to it at all. Fengyan Mountain was already big enough. It was 100,000 feet tall. However, compared to Fengyan Mountain, it was just a small dot. It was majestic and grand. Even though they were far away, they could feel a terrifying pressure coming from it. This pressure was as if there was a real primordial divine spirit sitting in front of them. Famed mountains were the places that gave birth to primordial divine spirits. Legend had it that countless years ago, the belly of each famed mountain gave birth to a primordial divine spirit. Although countless years had passed, the famed mountains were still the sacred grounds for those who cultivated the primordial divine body. No, it should be the sacred grounds for cultivators. It was said that even if one did not cultivate the primordial divine body, they could still gain great benefits by cultivating in the famed mountains. Is this a famed mountain? The people of the Dragon Alliance mumbled with anticipation. Many people had been in this world for many years but had never been to a famed mountain. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand and led the people of the Dragon Alliance towards the famed mountain. The famed mountain was vast and no one knew how big it was. Anyway, with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not see the end of it. The dozens of them entering the famed mountain was no different from a few ants entering a vast ocean. Not long after, they set foot at the foot of the famed mountain and entered the range of the famed mountain. What a rich primordial divine qi! The primordial divine qi here is at least 10 times that of Fengyan Mountain. It is also 10 times faster to condense primordial divine crystals here. Many people of the Dragon Alliance exclaimed. This was only the foot of Fengyan Mountain. If they were in the core area, the primordial divine qi would be 100 times denser than that of Fengyan Mountain. Lu Ming sensed carefully and felt that the primordial divine qi was not as simple as it seemed. Within the range of Fengyan Mountain, he felt a strong pressure on his body. In this place, their movements and speed would become slower. Chapter 3407. In Fengyan Mountain, there was a strong pressure that could suppress one's speed and movements, making them slower than in other places. Lu Ming also felt that there was a special characteristic. Lu Ming closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Then, he showed a hint of joy. He realized that under such pressure, he could actually speed up the comprehension of the divine power of origin. It was faster than in other places. As expected of the place that gave birth to the primordial gods. It's too mysterious. Lu Ming exclaimed. What kind of existence were the primordial gods? When the world was first created, a group of tyrannical existences were born naturally. They were born with endless power and could control the divine power of origin. It was a piece of cake for them to destroy planets and galaxies. Now, the cultivators constantly comprehended divine power and awakened the divine power of origin. They were only getting closer to the divine power of origin. This place had given birth to the primordial gods, so there were mysterious remnants of the divine power of origin. Of course, it would be very useful for the comprehension of the divine power of origin. Let's go into the mountain. Lu Ming waved his hand and led the people of the Dragon Alliance into Fengyan Mountain. Fengyan Mountain was very big. They didn't meet anyone along the way. Soon, they came to a valley and stopped in front of it. The environment here was very good, and the primordial divine qi was very dense. It was at least 100 times denser than that of Mount Xiaofeng. It was suitable to cultivate here. In the future, we will cultivate here. This will be the headquarters of the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming said. Then, he stepped forward and slashed at a 10-meter-tall boulder with his palm like a knife. Boom! The palm slashed at the boulder. The boulder shook non-stop, but it wasn't cut apart. It only had a small hole. It's so hard. Lu Ming was shocked. Originally, he wanted to cut off a boulder and carve the words, Dragon Alliance, on it and erect it in front of the valley. But he didn't expect that he couldn't cut it off at all. His palm strike just now was so powerful that even a star would be destroyed. He didn't expect that he couldn't even cut a 10-meter-tall boulder here. It could only be said that the place that gave birth to the primordial gods was too extraordinary. The rocks were incomparably hard and difficult to cut. I don't believe it. Lu Ming gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of his subordinates. He activated the battle character art and quadrupled his battle prowess. He circulated all 11 types of god powers in his body. At the same time, he used the heavenly demon golden body, which made his palms even harder than god tools. Boom! 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 Lu Ming waved his hand and continuously chopped at the rocks. The rocks trembled and shattered. After 100 consecutive slashes, the rock was finally cut off. Then, Lu Ming continued to repair it. Half a day later, a stone tablet that was 10 meters tall and full of holes was finally formed. There were 2 large words carved on it, Dragon Alliance. Hoo. Lu Ming was so tired that he was panting and sweating profusely. Dealing with a stone tablet was even more tiring than fighting a great battle. Fortunately, it was settled. Afterwards, they entered the valley, made some arrangements, and then settled down here. Many people could not wait to condense primordial divine crystals. Sure enough, a month later, they successfully condensed a piece of primordial divine crystal, which made everyone ecstatic. 1 piece a month. This speed was too fast. One should know that it would take 10 years at Mount Xiaofeng. 10 years had become a month. Many people were a little confused and felt as if they were dreaming. Then, many people started to think about how many divine crystals Lu Ming would ask them to hand over. The best they had heard of in the other famous mountains was that they had to hand over 9 out of 10 divine crystals and keep 1 for themselves. This was already the best treatment. Some places even asked them to hand over 19 out of 20 divine crystals. Even so, it was much better than those small mountains. Countless people wanted to join. Then, how much would Lu Ming ask? No matter how much Lu Ming asked, they would accept it. After all, in Fengyan Mountain, they needed Lu Ming's protection. You guys should focus on condensing primordial divine crystals. The ratio to hand over is the same as Mount Xiaofeng. Lu Ming's voice was heard. What? Everyone, including Tian Xing and Shui Chu, was stunned. The ratio to hand over is the same as Mount Xiaofeng? In Mount Xiaofeng, most people could keep half of the primordial divine crystals. They only had to hand over 5 out of 10 divine crystals. That was possible here too. Most people thought that they had misheard and were dreaming. Wasn't this treatment a little too generous? In Fengyan Mountain, they could condense 1 primordial divine crystal a month and 12 pieces a year. That would be 1,200 pieces in 100 years. If they handed over half, they would still have 600 pieces. In Mount Xiaofeng, they could only condense 5 pieces in 100 years. The difference was like heaven and earth. What? If you don't want this ratio, then hand over more. Lu Ming said lightly. No, thank you, Alliance Leader. Thank you, Alliance Leader. Tian Xing and the others quickly bowed to Lu Ming. Their hearts were burning with passion. In the past, they had no choice but to do so. Now, they were more sincere to Lu Ming. At least in this world, they would sincerely support Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled. These people had risked their lives to follow him to Fengyan Mountain. Naturally, he would not mistreat them. If other people joined them in the future, they would not receive such treatment. All right, let's continue. Lu Ming waved his hand and went to the depths of the valley alone. In the depths of the valley, there was a small cave. It was very quiet and suitable for cultivation. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled and sat cross-legged in the cave. He did not take out the primordial divine crystal to refine. Instead, he carefully felt the pressure from the outside world. Indeed, under this pressure, his understanding of the origin divine power factor increased rapidly. It was even faster than when he was cultivating under the primordial god statue. After cultivating for 2 days, Lu Ming took out another piece of primordial divine crystal to refine. He realized that when he was refining the primordial divine crystal, it did not affect his understanding of the origin divine power factor. When refining the primordial divine crystal, the ancient god's heart would refine it instinctively. It did not require too much effort. Soon, it had been 3 months since Lu Ming and the others arrived at Fengyan Mountain. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion came from outside the valley. Lu Ming opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. Soon, a member of the Dragon Alliance rushed in and reported, "Alliance Leader, this is bad. The other forces of Fengyan Mountain are here." They really came? Lu Ming muttered. Fengyan Mountain had many forces of different sizes. These forces were fighting for territory and often killed each other. Their arrival here would definitely not be peaceful. Once they were discovered, they would definitely be attacked. After 3 months of peace, they were finally discovered. Let's go. Lu Ming took a step forward and turned into a ray of light as he rushed out of the valley. Soon, Lu Ming arrived outside the valley. Outside the valley, Tian Xing, Shui Chu, and the other members of the Dragon Alliance gathered together and guarded the entrance of the valley. At the front of the valley, there were 3 young men standing there with cold expressions. Chapter 3408. 3 young men in white robes stood there coldly as they scanned the members of the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming stepped out and landed in front of Tian Xing and the others. Alliance Leader. Tian Xing and the others bowed at Lu Ming. You are the Alliance Leader of this stupid Dragon Alliance? The young man in the middle of the 3 young men in white robes asked. This person was quite handsome and had a tiger mark in the middle of his brows. He looked quite majestic. Lu Ming didn't answer him and looked around. He noticed that there was a deep slash mark on the stone tablet. The words, Dragon Alliance, on it were destroyed beyond recognition. A murderous look flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. The stone steel that he had painstakingly fixed up was actually destroyed. Anger rose from his heart, and he became even more daring. His face darkened. Kid, I asked you a question. Didn't you hear me? The young man with the tiger mark in the middle of his brows shouted coldly as murderous intent flashed across his eyes. May I know why the few of you have come to the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming suppressed his anger and asked. Why? Do you know that this is the territory of the Cloud Sky Alliance? Without the consent of the Cloud Sky Alliance, you formed an alliance here, cultivated here, and condensed the origin divine crystals here. What crime do you think you have committed? What is your crime? The young man with the tiger mark in the middle of his brows said coldly. What? Cloud Sky Alliance? Lu Ming was stunned. It was actually the Cloud Sky Alliance. This was too much of a coincidence. Previously, he had killed 2 people from the Cloud Sky Alliance in the Breeze Mountain. He did not expect to run into the Cloud Sky Alliance's territory as soon as he arrived at the Wind Cloud Mountain. This was fate. No wonder the other party's clothes were so familiar. This is the territory of the Cloud Sky Alliance. How come I don't know? Lu Ming calmed himself down and smiled faintly. Nonsense. The Wind Cloud Mountain is occupied by different forces. This is the territory of the Cloud Sky Alliance. You have trespassed here and refined the primordial divine chi here. This is a crime punishable by death. However, we can give you a chance now. Join the Cloud Sky Alliance and become our slaves. We can spare your lives. The young man with the tiger mark in the middle of his brows said coldly. I'm sorry. We don't have the habit of becoming other people's slaves. This area belongs to the Dragon Alliance. Cloud Sky Alliance, move aside. Lu Ming waved his hand casually. What? Kid, what did you say? You are courting death. The young man with the tiger mark in the middle of his brows. He had long sensed that Lu Ming's group of people had low cultivation levels. The strongest among them was only a 7th-tier divine king. They were most likely from a small mountain. This kind of thing often happened. Some small mountains felt that they were strong enough and wanted to develop in the famed mountains. They wanted to occupy a territory in the famed mountains, but in the end, they were all wiped out. Otherwise, they would become the slaves of those major powers and be responsible for condensing the primordial divine crystals. What's the point of talking to them? Just kill them. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th layer of the Divine King realm. At the same time, his body swelled up and he turned into a giant beast. It was his primordial divine body. Is it equivalent to the purple-armored ancient god body? Lu Ming muttered. This young man's strength was similar to the 2 young men who had killed their way to Breeze Mountain. He was extremely strong. However, Lu Ming did not feel any pressure at all. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and activated the battle character secret art. His fighting strength increased by 4 times. The overbearing god spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it forward. A giant spear light formed and smashed down on his opponent like a mountain. The giant beast roared and used its primordial secret art to fight back against Lu Ming. A terrifying explosion occurred and a shockwave swept out. The genius of the Cloud Sky Alliance was knocked back and his body trembled. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. He had broken through all 11 types of divine powers and his fighting strength had increased. He did not need to use his primordial divine body to defeat his opponent. Swoosh! After defeating the other party with 1 move, Lu Ming took another step forward and attacked with the overbearing divine spear. The overbearing god spear struck down with a violent whistling sound. The other white-robed young man's face changed. Apparently, they had not expected Lu Ming to be so strong. How dare you fight back? Let's attack together and kill this kid. The young man with the tiger mark on his forehead roared. His body pounced forward like a wild beast. In the process, his body grew rapidly and he turned into a giant tiger that was 10,000 meters tall. The giant tiger was covered in white scales and its fangs were protruding. It looked ferocious. When it roared, the entire valley shook. Tian Xing and the others were shaken and they retreated back into the valley. At the same time, the 3rd white-robed young man also used his primordial secret art and charged at Lu Ming. The 3 of them attacked at the same time and their power was terrifying. Good timing. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. The divine power in his body continued to be activated. Above his head, the Gate of Domination and the void-shattering sword appeared one after another. All of them shone brightly and charged at the 3 of them. 3 primordial secret arts. The giant tiger exclaimed and spat out a beam of white light. Its power was terrifying. Wherever it passed, the void exploded and it hit the Gate of Domination. Clang! The Gate of Domination shook and the giant tiger's beam of white light was destroyed. The terrifying power forced the giant tiger to retreat. As for the other members of the Cloud Sky Alliance, they were sent flying and crashed into a huge rock, causing cracks to appear on the rock. The rocks here were extremely hard. If they were outside, they would have destroyed the heavens and earth. What a powerful primordial divine body! Lu Ming's eyes moved. He was shocked by the giant tiger's primordial divine body. The giant tiger's primordial divine body was stronger than the others. It was even stronger than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming estimated that it was equivalent to the middle stage of the purple-armored ancient god body. Therefore, its overall power was above the other two. However, it did not make much of a difference to Lu Ming. Wang! The gate of domination buzzed and vibrated. It became bigger and bigger. The suction force from it became stronger and stronger. It continued to suppress the giant tiger. The Gate of Domination was the first primordial secret art that Lu Ming had comprehended. Moreover, he had comprehended it on his own. Until now, his understanding of the Gate of Domination had deepened and its power had increased. Boom! The Gate of Domination collided with the giant tiger for the second time. The giant tiger screamed and one of its claws exploded. It was drenched in blood as it retreated. "We'll help you." The other two members of the Yuntian Alliance shouted and were about to rush over. "You should worry about yourselves," Lu Ming said coldly. The Overlord God's spear and the void-shattering sword attacked the two of them. Bam! Bam! The two of them were defeated and their bodies were sent flying. One of them was pierced by the spear radiance and the other was slashed by the void-shattering sword. He was almost cut in half. This time, the injuries were more serious. Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor, Myriad Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 3409. The two members of the Cloud Sky Alliance were severely injured by Lu Ming. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and couldn't even maintain their primitive divine bodies. Their bodies shrunk and returned to their normal state. Only the giant tiger was left and he was at a disadvantage. The Gate of Domination pressed down and the giant tiger screamed in pain. A large part of his head exploded and his flesh and bones flew everywhere. The giant tiger screamed in pain as his huge body flew out and hit a huge rock. With a crack, the huge rock shattered and the sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the area. The giant tiger's body was deformed as he was severely injured. His body shrunk rapidly and he couldn't maintain his primitive divine body. He returned to his human form. After returning to his human form, his face was pale and he continued to spit out blood. His aura was extremely weak. Bam! Lu Ming landed in front of the youth with the tiger mark on his forehead and stared at him coldly. The youth shuddered and broke out in cold sweat. "With your cultivation, you want to destroy the Dragon Alliance?" A mocking voice was heard. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. When the experts of the Cloud Sky Alliance come out, you will die without a burial place." The youth with the tiger mark on his forehead shouted. He was still threatening Lu Ming. Bam! Lu Ming kicked the other party's face. Teeth and blood splattered everywhere. The other party's face almost exploded from the kick. "You still dare to threaten me? Do you want to die?" Lu Ming said coldly. The three members of the Cloud Sky Alliance didn't dare to speak anymore. Then, Lu Ming circulated his divine power and grabbed the storage rings of the three members of the Cloud Sky Alliance. He said, "This time, I won't kill you. These 3 storage rings will be the interest. Get lost. Go back and tell your Alliance Master that if he's not convinced, he can come and try." After speaking, Lu Ming ignored the 3 members of the Cloud Sky Alliance and left. The 3 members of the Cloud Sky Alliance were surprised that Lu Ming didn't kill them. They let out a long breath and struggled to get up and leave. Before they left, their eyes flashed with cold light and their killing intent was as sharp as a knife. "Alliance Master, if you let them go, the Cloud Sky Alliance will definitely take revenge." Heaven Walker worriedly asked. "Do you think that the Cloud Sky Alliance won't take revenge if you kill them?" Lu Ming smiled faintly. Tianxing was speechless. The upper echelons of the Cloud Sky Alliance must have known that the members of the Cloud Sky Alliance had come. Even if they killed those 3 people, the Cloud Sky Alliance would still come. It made no difference whether he let it go or not. Moreover, it's just 3 small fries. They won't be able to affect the overall situation. Who knows, they might even be able to produce primordial divine crystals for us later on. Also, all of you should quickly refine the primordial divine crystals and strive to break through as soon as possible so that you can help me. Aren't you embarrassed that I have to personally take action every single time? Lu Ming said. This, Tianxing, Shui Chu, and the others blushed, their faces burning. Indeed, every time, Lu Ming would personally take action, and they could only watch from the sidelines, which made them feel ashamed. Don't worry, Alliance Master. We'll definitely work hard to cultivate and increase our strength so that we can establish ourselves on the famed mountains as soon as possible. Not bad. We will definitely work hard to cultivate. The others spoke one after another, their gazes resolute. All right, go and cultivate. Leave the matter of Yuntian Alliance to me. Lu Ming nodded his head and said. Actually, the talents of the Dragon Alliance weren't low. They weren't any weaker than the geniuses of the famed mountains. Perhaps it was because of their age, or because they had entered this world relatively late, causing their cultivation and primordial divine bodies to not be very high. Therefore, their combat strength couldn't compare to the geniuses of the famed mountains. As long as they were given time, and with the primordial divine crystals, their cultivation and strength would quickly increase. This time, I've obtained quite a few primordial divine crystals. These are for you. Lu Ming took out a storage ring that he had just obtained. As expected, there were quite a few primordial divine crystals in it. He gave them all to the Dragon Alliance for them to refine. Anyway, he had enough primordial divine crystals now. He could use them to increase the cultivation of others first so that he could gain more in the future. Tianxing and the others took the primordial divine crystals and went to refine them happily. As for Lu Ming, he sat cross-legged at the entrance of the valley, waiting for the Cloud Sky Alliance to arrive. As expected, a few days later, many figures rushed over from afar. Not long after, at least a few hundred figures appeared not far away. They formed a fan shape and surrounded the valley where the Dragon Alliance was. They did not hide their cold murderous intent. They're here. Lu Ming sneered. He looked around and saw the 3 young men who had arrived a few days ago. I spared your lives last time. How dare the 3 of you come again? Are you courting death? Lu Ming glanced at the 3 young men and his faint voice spread throughout the entire place. Don't be arrogant. This time, the Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance and a few Vice Alliance Masters are here. The ones who will die are you. The young man with the tiger mark on his forehead shouted. His eyes were cold. You're the Alliance Master of the Dragon Alliance? At that moment, a young man stepped out from the Cloud Sky Alliance. The young man was burly and he wore a fiery red armor. What was strange was that he had 6 arms. His eyes were ferocious and his violent aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Although he had turned into a human, he still had 6 arms. His original form was most likely a terrifying living being. That's right. It's me. Who are you? Lu Ming said casually. Cloud Sky Alliance Master, Nia Quangtian. The young man with 6 arms said. Oh, it's the Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance. What brings you here? Let me tell you, the Dragon Alliance is poor and can't entertain you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't play dumb. I'll give you one last chance. Become a slave of the Cloud Sky Alliance and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, you'll die. The Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance, Nia Quangtian, said with killing intent. It's the same nonsense again. There's no point in talking anymore. Hurry up and attack. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Lu Ming spoke, exuding a strong fighting intent. He was telling the truth. He really wanted to see how powerful the Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance was. He was curious about how powerful a leader who could establish a force in Fengyan Mountain was. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance said coldly with killing intent. Alliance Master, there's no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. You don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it. Another young man stepped out from behind Nia Quangtian and said loudly. Nia Quangtian's eyes flickered and he said, all right. You'll do it. Don't show any mercy and kill him. As the Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance, it wasn't appropriate for him to do it himself. He could let others do it to find out how powerful Lu Ming was. Young man, who are you? Lu Ming asked. Shueshang, the Vice Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance. The young man who walked out from behind replied. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Shueshang attacked. His body turned into a ray of sword light and pierced through the air towards Lu Ming. Wan Dao Dragon Emperor, Wan Dao Dragon Emperor. Chapter 34:10. Shueshang's body emitted a resplendent light. His body was like a sword, turning into a ray of sword light that shot towards Lu Ming. The space around him exploded. His speed was unimaginable. Shua. Lu Ming performed the Nine Heavens Kun Peng technique and his figure flashed rapidly, wanting to avoid Shueshang's attack. However, he was still a little late. His body was swept by the aftershock of the sword gleam, emitting a sizzling sound and sparks flying in all directions. Then, Lu Ming's body was forcefully torn apart by the sword gleam, leaving behind a sword wound. How sharp! Lu Ming's heart shook. Just now, he had used the Heavenly Devil Golden Body. His body was even harder than a divine weapon. However, he was still cut by the sword light. It showed how powerful his opponent's attack was. Shueshang's sword light flickered and changed direction. He charged towards Lu Ming again. His speed was slightly faster than before. 8th Layer Divine King Realm. Shueshang's aura was shockingly powerful. His cultivation base had reached the 8th layer of the Divine King Realm. He was even stronger than the members of the Yuntian Alliance that Lu Ming had fought before. Divine Dragon Dharma Idol. Lu Ming waved his fist. Dragon roars resounded in the air. The Divine Dragon Dharma Idol art was used. 9-clawed dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. They continuously pounced on Shueshang. Boom! 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 The sword light bombarded the 9-clawed dragon. The 9-clawed dragon roared violently. Then, one by one, the 9-clawed dragon was cut in half. Brat, you can't stop me. Shueshang's voice came from the sword light. Is that so? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He then shouted in a low voice, explode. Immediately, all of the 9-clawed divine dragons exploded. Destructive energy swept out in all directions and bombarded the sword light continuously. Clang! The sword light vibrated and a sword cry resounded in the sky. Then, the sword light retreated and Shueshang's body was revealed. He wasn't injured, but his expression was ugly. You're indeed strong. No wonder you could defeat my Yuntian Alliance's members. However, that was just a warm-up. Now, the warm-up is over, said Shueshang. His voice was unusually cold. He didn't hide his cold killing intent. Warming up? I haven't even started warming up yet. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Shameless boasting. I'll kill you right now. Shueshang shouted coldly. Then, his body began to swell. In the next moment, he turned into a white crane. The white crane was gigantic, at least a few hundred meters tall. Its entire body was covered in snow-white feathers, emitting a dazzling white light. At the same time, a bronze battle sword appeared above its head. This was its original secret technique. Clang! The ringing of a sword resounded in all directions as Shueshang once again transformed into a streak of sword light that shot towards Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled. This time, its power was 10 times more violent than before. Lu Ming's face turned serious as well. He gripped the void with his hand and the tyrant god's spear appeared in his hand. The tyrant god's spear trembled and a long river of spear Dao surged forward. Boom! The long river of spear Dao collided with the opponent's sword light, and a terrifying explosion erupted. The long river of spear Dao was formed from countless tiny spear lights. When they burst forth together, they possessed a destructive power. But at this moment, those spear lights were constantly being broken apart by the sword light. The sword light broke through the river, constantly approaching Lu Ming and attacking Lu Ming. Ruler's Gate, Void Breaker Sword. Next, Lu Ming's heart shook once more. The Ruler's Gate and Void Breaker Sword flew out, emitting a dazzling light. They smashed forward, each bombarding the sword light. Clang! Clang! Two shocking explosions erupted. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions and landed on the incomparably hard ground, creating craters. Then, the sword light that Xue Shang had transformed into was once more sent flying. Die! The white crane that Xue Shang had transformed into had a cold gaze. With a long cry, the bronze battle sword merged with him. With a flap of his wings, he once more transformed into a streak of swordlight that slashed towards Lu Ming. This time, his speed was astonishing. In a flash, the swordlight appeared above Lu Ming's head. Many people didn't even see it clearly. However, Lu Ming still caught its trajectory. Clang! The Void Breaker sword seemed to be able to break through the void. It was also astonishingly fast. It appeared above Lu Ming's head first and blocked the opponent's attack. Next, the Ruler's Gate descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying suction force that wanted to bind the opponent. Then, Lu Ming shook the tyrant god's spear and charged upwards, bombarding the sword light. Lu Ming's secret skills of origins complemented each other seamlessly. Clang! The sword light crazily vibrated, and the light on it was almost scattered. With a swoosh, it was sent flying again. This time, Xue Shang was injured. A large piece of his neat feathers had fallen off. White feathers fluttered in the air, and blood flowed out of his mouth. So this is your strength? It's not much? Lu Ming's disdainful voice resounded. At that moment, Lu Ming was in the 6th King God realm, while his opponent was only in the 8th King God realm. If he wasn't a terrifying genius, Lu Ming could defeat him easily. He didn't even need to use his ancient god body. Damn it! Xue Shang shouted angrily. However, he was astonished. He had used his full strength just now, but he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. He was astonished. Nia Quangtian and the others were also astonished. Today, we're here for a battle between forces, not a personal battle. There's no need to fight him alone. Let's attack together and kill him first. Nia Quangtian said, his eyes shining with cold light. Lu Ming's strength was too terrifying. If he broke through to the 7th King God realm, the Cloud Sky Alliance would have no place to stand. That's right. Let's attack together and kill him. Another young man said loudly. Bang! 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 After injuring Nia Quangtian, a total of 3 young men stepped forward. Their powerful auras surged. They formed a triangle with Xue Shang and pressed down on Lu Ming. 8th King God realm. All of them were in the 8th King God realm. Among them, Nia Quangtian was the strongest. He was in the peak 8th King God realm. They must be the Alliance Master and the 3 Vice Alliance Masters of the Cloud Sky Alliance. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Cloud Sky Alliance had 1 Alliance Master and 3 Vice Alliance Masters. They were the 4 strongest people in the Cloud Sky Alliance. Attack! Nia Quangtian shouted. A violent aura surged from his body. His body swelled and he turned into a giant ape that was 10,000 meters tall. The giant ape was red and had 6 arms. Its aura was extremely violent. It was the primitive divine body. At the same time, the other two Vice Alliance masters also displayed their primitive divine bodies. They had seen Lu Ming's strength. Therefore, they used their full strength and didn't dare to be careless. At the same time, Xueshang also attacked. He turned into a dazzling sword light and charged toward Lu Ming. The four experts worked together to block Lu Ming's vital points. They wanted to kill Lu Ming with one blow. Roar! Lu Ming roared. His body grew rapidly and he turned into a purple-armored ancient god. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He held the overbearing god's spear in one hand and the ruler's gate in the other. He swept the overbearing god's spear in all directions. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao, Dragon Emperor Wan Dao. Chapter 34:11. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming blocked the attacks of Nia Quangtian and the rest in such a barbaric way. Four consecutive booms rang out as a huge explosion occurred in this region. Terrifying energy blasted into the ground, creating huge craters and sending rubble flying everywhere. Whoosh! Whoosh! Nia Quangtian and the other three retreated hastily. They retreated a few thousand meters, but so did Lu Ming. He felt numb all over. They are indeed powerful. No wonder they are the strongest four in the Cloud Sky Alliance. Lu Ming exclaimed in his heart. Lu Ming did not gain the upper hand in the face of the four experts of the Cloud Sky Alliance, even with his purple-armored ancient god body. The main reason was that his opponent's primitive divine bodies were too advanced. Lu Ming's purple-armored ancient god body was equivalent to the early stage of purple-armored ancient god body. The four experts' primitive divine bodies were all stronger than Lu Ming's. In terms of ancient god body, the weakest one had reached the middle stage of purple-armored ancient god body. Nia Quangtian, especially, was probably equivalent to the late stage of purple-armored ancient god body. His strength was shocking. This was normal. He had been cultivating in Fengyan Mountain for many years and had refined many primitive divine crystals. It was normal for his primitive divine body to be stronger than Lu Ming's. We must get rid of this kid. Kill! Nia Quangtian and the other three retreated. They then roared and attacked Lu Ming. Everyone used their trump cards. All kinds of terrifying attacks blasted toward Lu Ming from all directions. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He focused on the attacks. A bright moon and a sun appeared above his head. In addition, there was also the primordial divine dragon horn. Lu Ming used the 6 secret skills of origin to fight the 4 experts of the Cloud Sky Alliance. Both of them had turned into their primitive divine bodies. Although their bodies were huge, their speed was astonishingly fast. Strong winds were blowing in this area. Their bodies kept flashing and colliding with each other. In the blink of an eye, both of them had exchanged dozens of moves. The subordinates of the Cloud Sky Alliance retreated again and again. It was difficult for them to gain a foothold nearby. How can this kid be so strong? The young man with the tiger-shaped mark between his eyebrows, who had come to make trouble last time, was horrified. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. It was too terrifying. He could actually fight the 4 strongest people of the Cloud Sky Alliance to such an extent. What if Lu Ming wanted to kill him last time? Thinking about it, he felt a wave of lingering fear. In the distance, there were some other people hiding in the dark. These people were experts from other forces in Fengyan Mountain. This time, the Cloud Sky Alliance had mobilized all its forces, which naturally alerted the other forces. These forces naturally sent experts to investigate. What's the background of the Dragon League? Their hegemon is so strong. He only has the strength of the 6th King God layer, but he can fight against 4 strong cultivators of the Cloud Sky Union alone. I don't know. I've never heard of it before. It's probably from a small mountain. It's possible that some terrifying geniuses will accumulate strength on the small mountains. When their wings are fully grown, they will slaughter their way to the famed mountains. These people discussed secretly as they stared at the battlefield without blinking. They wanted to see who would win in the end. Awesome. Awesome. Ha ha ha. The more Lu Ming fought, the happier he felt. In the past few years, his cultivation had broken through the sixth king god layer and his ancient god body had reached the purple armor ancient god body. However, he hadn't fought with his full strength yet. At this moment, he felt extremely satisfied. However, Nia Quangtian and the others were astonished. They had cultivated here for many years. Their ancient god bodies had reached an astonishing level. Together with other secret techniques such as the origin secret techniques, their fighting strength was extremely strong. In the outside world, they were almost invincible existences at the same level. However, at this moment, even though their cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, the 4 of them couldn't defeat Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. It's about time to send them on their way. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His aura suddenly surged. The battle character's secret art increased his fighting strength by 5 times. Previously, he hadn't activated the battle character's secret art. Now, he had. After activating the battle character's secret art, Lu Ming's strength was above Nia Quangtian and the other 3. Boom! 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 After 4 consecutive explosions, Nia Quangtian and the other 3 grunted and were pushed back. You still have strength left? Nia Quangtian and the other 3 were shocked. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming shouted coldly. The 6 origin secret techniques were pushed to the extreme. Divine power poured into the secret techniques as they shone brightly and shot toward Nia Quangtian and the other 3. Block it. Nia Quangtian and the other 3 shouted and tried their best to block it. However, they didn't notice that the overbearing god spear in Lu Ming's hand was covered in lightning. Lu Ming not only used the battle character's secret art to increase his fighting strength by 5 times, but he also secretly borrowed Qiuqiu's power. Since the 4 of them were attacking him, why couldn't he borrow Qiuqiu's power? While the other origin secret techniques attacked Nia Quangtian and the other 2, the overbearing god spear collided with Xueshang's sword light. Xueshang was already injured by Lu Ming and his strength was somewhat damaged. Now that Lu Ming had activated the battle character's secret art and borrowed Qiuqiu's power, Xueshang couldn't resist at all. Boom! Xueshang's sword light collapsed. At the same time, Qiuqiu's lightning made his body stiffen. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. The Overlord Divine Spear pierced mercilessly. With a pft sound, it directly pierced through Xueshang's head. Xueshang didn't even have time to scream before he was killed by Lu Ming. His huge body fell to the ground and quickly reverted to its original form. All of this happened in a flash. Nia Quangtian and the other 2 had just resisted Lu Ming's other origin secret techniques and were forced to retreat. Before they could react, Xueshang had been killed. However, Lu Ming had already moved. After killing Xueshang, he didn't stop and attacked another deputy leader of the Yuntian Alliance. This move also borrowed Qiuqiu's power. The Vice Alliance master screamed miserably, his body retreating explosively. Half of his body exploded, seriously injured. Then, the Gate of Domination came down and crushed his body into pieces. He died on the spot. In an instant, Lu Ming had killed 2 deputy leaders of the Yuntian Alliance. Nia Quangtian and the others finally realized what had happened and were almost scared to death. At this moment, Lu Ming's strength was far above theirs. Attack! Everyone, attack together and kill this man! Nia Quangtian shouted. He wanted to summon all the members of the Yuntian Alliance to attack together and kill Lu Ming. Whoever dares to attack will die. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His killing intent was like a tide. The members of the Yuntian Alliance felt a chill in their hearts. Their eyes flickered, but no one attacked. These people came from different races in the primitive universe. They were all geniuses. How could they really submit to others? Previously, they had joined the Yuntian Alliance to seek protection so that they could establish themselves in Fengyan Mountain. In return, they had to hand over a large number of origin divine crystals. They had no loyalty to Nia Quangtian and the others. Dragon Emperor Wan Dao. Chapter 34:12. To put it bluntly, the members of Yuntian Alliance and Nia Quangtian were just partners. Nia Quangtian and the others had powerful combat strength. They would protect them and hand over the primordial divine crystals. Once they left this world, they would not care about each other. There was no loyalty. Usually, they would fight and kill each other. Now that they had encountered a terrifying existence like Lu Ming, they would probably be killed if they went up. Why would they go up? Naturally, no one would go up. Damn it, Nia Quangtian roared in anger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already controlled all of his Origin's secret skills to attack them. Lu Ming held the Overlord spear in his hand. The spear radiance was like a mountain as it smashed towards the last vice leader. The vice leader could not block it at all and was severely injured. Then, the void-shattering sword flew past and chopped off his head. The 3 vice leaders of Yuntian Alliance were all dead. Nia Quangtian roared in fear. He used all of his strength to block Lu Ming's Origin secret skills. Then, he turned around and tried to escape. However, a bolt of lightning flashed by. It was too fast and landed on Nia Quangtian. Nia Quangtian's body went numb and he could not help but stiffen. Boom! The gate of domination became tens of thousands of feet tall and smashed towards Nia Quangtian's head. If that hit, Nia Quangtian would definitely die. Roar! Nia Quangtian let out a terrifying roar. The fiery red light around his body skyrocketed. At the critical moment, he moved. His 6 arms suddenly waved and bombarded the Dominator's gate with attacks, blocking the Dominator's gate. The Origin divine body is equivalent to the later stage of the purple-armored ancient god body. It is indeed extraordinary. He can still move after being hit by lightning. Lu Ming also exclaimed. However, he did not slow down. He stepped forward and appeared not far from Nia Quangtian. He held the gate of domination in his left hand and the Overlord's spear in his right hand. He swung the spear and smashed it towards Nia Quangtian's head. Lu Ming had activated the battle incantation to increase his combat strength by 5 times. In addition to the 11 types of divine powers, 7 of which were third awakened, and the purple-armored ancient god body, his strength was too strong. In addition, he also attacked Nia Quangtian with other Origin secret skills. Ah! Nia Quangtian roared. His eyes were bloodshot. He was going all out. His 6 arms were holding 5 different divine artifacts. One of his arms was holding his Origin secret technique. Its 6 arms waved desperately to block Lu Ming's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Kacha! Crack! Cracks appeared on the divine weapons in Nia Quangtian's hands. Then, they all exploded. Only the Origin secret technique remained. Nia Quangtian was pushed back by the power of Li, and blood gushed out of his mouth in the air. Kill! Lu Ming did not borrow Qiuqiu's strength. He wanted to kill Nia Quangtian with his own strength. Boom! The gate of domination collided with one of Nia Quangtian's arms. Nia Quangtian's arm exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Puchi! The void-breaking sword flashed and cut off Nia Quangtian's other arm. In addition, the moon of the moon and the sun of the sun were shedding horrifying rays of light. Nia Quangtian's body seemed to be burning and turning into ashes. Ah! If you want to die, let's die together. Nia Quangtian roared. His body emitted a dazzling blood-red light. He wanted to burn himself completely and take Lu Ming down with him. However, Lu Ming used his Yin-Yang God Eye. Many Yin and Yang talismans appeared and wrapped around Nia Quangtian tightly, preventing him from exploding. Then, the Overlord God Spear, the Gate of Domination, the Void-Breaking Sword, the Immemorial Divine Dragon Horn. All of them bombarded Nia Quangtian. This time, Nia Quangtian could not resist. He screamed as his body exploded under the attacks. He died on the spot. Since then, the 4 leaders of the Yuntian Alliance had been killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He glanced at the other members of the Yuntian Alliance and said, "The 4 leaders of the Yuntian Alliance are all dead. Who else wants to fight?" The members of the Yuntian Alliance turned pale. How could they dare to fight when the 4 leaders were dead? Most of the members of the Yuntian Alliance were in the 7th or 6th layer of the King God realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. They would be courting death if they went up. No, 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 they quickly shook their heads. Among them, the young man with the tiger mark between his eyebrows was the most frightened. His face was as pale as snow. Last time, he had threatened Lu Ming that he would kill Lu Ming. Now that his backer was dead, how would Lu Ming deal with him? As expected, Lu Ming looked at him and said, "What about you? Didn't you want to kill me?" The young man with the tiger mark between his eyebrows almost fell to the ground. He struggled to maintain his balance and said, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Last time, I spoke carelessly. The leader is powerful. I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance and work for him." "Oh, you're willing to join the Dragon Alliance?" Lu Ming asked. "Yes, I'm willing." The young man with the tiger mark between his eyebrows quickly said. "You can join the Dragon Alliance too." Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the other members of the Yuntian Alliance and said, "What about you? What are you waiting for? Why aren't you joining the Dragon Alliance?" Nya Quangtian and the other 3 were killed. In the future, the territory of the Yuntian Alliance will belong to the Dragon Alliance. If you don't join the Dragon Alliance, you won't be able to establish yourself in this territory. Do you understand? The young man with the tiger mark between his eyebrows immediately shouted. He immediately treated himself as a member of the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming smiled faintly and didn't stop him. "I'm willing to join the Dragon Alliance." "Me too." Immediately, many members of the Yuntian Alliance joined the Dragon Alliance. To them, it was the same whether they joined the Yuntian Alliance or the Dragon Alliance. As long as they were protected and had a place to cultivate and condense the original divine crystals, it was fine. In the end, almost all the members of the Yuntian Alliance were willing to join the Dragon Alliance. There were more than 200 of them. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With so many people helping him condense the original divine crystals, it felt great. Although he couldn't refine all of them now, he could take them out and slowly refine them in the future. Plus, he had family and friends. If he sold them, they would be priceless. Countless people would fight over them, especially those who cultivated the original divine body. "How did you hand them in before? What's the ratio of original divine crystals?" Lu Ming asked the young man with the tiger mark between his eyebrows. His name was Lu Nong. "We used to hand in 10 original divine crystals. We handed in 9 and kept 1 for ourselves." Lu Nong answered honestly. 9 out of 10. Lu Ming nodded. This ratio was considered good in the famed mountains. Many forces had to hand in 19 out of 20. Actually, many small forces had a good ratio. That was the only way to attract people to join them. If a small force and a large force handed in the same ratio, others would definitely join the large force. Chapter 34:13. The ratio of primordial divine crystals submitted by the Dragon Alliance is different from that of Yuntian Alliance. Lu Ming said. Different? Many people's hearts sank as their eyes flickered. Could it be that the ratio of Dragon Alliance's primordial divine crystals was worse and they had to submit 19 out of 20? If that was the case, many people started to consider if they should find an opportunity to leave the Dragon Alliance and join other forces. They looked at Lu Ming and waited for Lu Ming's answer. Lu Ming slowly extended 3 fingers. Could it be that only 1 out of 30 can be kept? That ratio is too low. Why don't we go to those small mountains? Many people were shocked. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through their minds. Some people decided to find an opportunity to leave Fengyun Mountain and go to those small mountains. With their cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult for them to become a mountain master if they went to those small mountains. Although the speed of condensing primordial divine crystals in those small mountains was too slow, if they could become a mountain master, they would be able to command dozens of subordinates and earn a decent income. After all, it was better than keeping 1 out of 30. At that moment, Lu Ming spoke. His voice rang in everyone's ears. 30%. You can keep 30% of the primordial divine crystals that you condense. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What? 30%? Did I hear wrongly? Everyone from Yuntian Alliance was stunned as they looked at Lu Ming with their mouths agape. 30%? Lu Ming actually said that they could keep 30%? 30% meant that they could keep 3 out of every 10 primordial divine crystals if they handed in 7 out of 10. This ratio was 3 times higher than what Yuntian Alliance had previously given. This ratio was unique in the famed mountains. Yuntian Alliance had given them 1 out of 10 primordial divine crystals, and that was already the best treatment. Some of the bigger forces would keep 1 out of 20 or even 1 out of 30 primordial divine crystals. On the other hand, Lu Ming gave them a 30% ratio. Alliance leader, is this true? Someone asked in disbelief. Of course it's true. Why? Don't you want it? Lu Ming said indifferently. He had given 50% to the people who had come with him from Mount Breeze. However, he naturally wouldn't give 50% to these people. That was too much. 30% was enough. Thank you, Alliance Master. The others were overjoyed, and they all bowed to Lu Ming to express their gratitude. All right, do you have a map? Take over the Cloud Sky Alliance's territory. Also, tell me about the current distribution of forces in the Wind Cloud Mountain. Lu Ming immediately started to make arrangements. At the same time, he also understood the distribution of forces in Enfengyan. In Enfengyan Mountain, there were a total of dozens of forces of varying sizes. They were divided into 4 regions. Lu Ming and the others were currently in the Eastern region. In the Eastern region, there were more than 10 forces of various sizes. The original Cloud Sky Alliance was only one of the weaker forces. After taking over the Cloud Sky Alliance's territory and making the necessary arrangements, Lu Ming did not attack the other forces. As for the other forces, after seeing that Lu Ming had only taken over the Cloud Sky Alliance's territory, they did not attack Lu Ming and the others. For the time being, everything was peaceful. After making all the arrangements, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. Now that he had more and more Origin Divine Crystals, he would receive a large number of Origin Divine Crystals every once in a while. He couldn't use them all, so he naturally had to seize the time to refine them. Lu Ming took out a piece of Origin Divine Crystal and started to refine it. Time flew by. Month after month, year after year. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed since Lu Ming had arrived at Enfengyan Mountain. In 20 years, Lu Ming had refined more than 1,000 pieces of Origin Divine Crystals. After refining so many Origin Divine Crystals, Lu Ming had made great progress in all aspects. First, it was the purple-armored ancient god body. Lu Ming had broken through to the intermediate purple-armored ancient god body. In terms of cultivation, he had also reached the peak of the 6th Divine King realm. Moreover, after cultivating in such an environment, Lu Ming had another breakthrough in one of his Origin Divine Power factors and had completed the 3rd awakening. In this way, he had a total of 8 Origin Divine Power factors and had completed the 3rd awakening. It was worth mentioning that over the years, especially in recent years, more and more people had sought refuge with Lu Ming and joined the Dragon League. The main reason was that he could keep 30% of the primordial divine crystals in the Dragon Alliance. That was too tempting. The news had already spread and reached the ears of the other forces in the Enfengyan Mountain. It was especially so for the other forces in the Eastern region. When the supreme talents of these forces heard about it, many of them sought refuge with Lu Ming. Now, the number of people in the Dragon League had increased to more than 400. Every year, Lu Ming would receive close to 3,000 pieces of primordial divine crystals. However, this had caused dissatisfaction among the leaders of the other forces. Especially in the Eastern region, the number of people seeking refuge with Lu Ming was the highest. This had alerted the leaders of the other forces. The Sky Heart Alliance and the Soldier Peak Alliance were the 2 largest forces in the Enfengyan Mountain East region. This time, the leader of the Sky Heart Alliance had invited the leaders of the other forces to gather at the Sky Heart Alliance to discuss some matters. A total of 10 leaders of the forces had gathered at the Sky Heart Alliance. Everyone, I believe you know that we have gathered here because of the Dragon League. What do you think we should do? The leader of the Sky Heart Alliance went straight to the point. What should we do? It's simple. The Dragon League has violated the rules and allowed people to keep 30% of the Origin Divine Crystals. They have attracted our people to the Dragon League. This is unfair competition and it should not exist. The leader of the Soldier Peak Alliance said coldly. That's right. The Dragon League has broken the balance and seriously violated the rules. They have disrupted the market and they should not exist. Such a malignant tumor should be removed. The leaders of the other forces chimed in. These people were the strongest in the Fengyun Mountain East region. With just a few sentences, they had decided the fate of Lu Ming and the rest. In that case, go back and gather your men. We will head to the Dragon League and ask the leader of the Dragon League to get out of Fengyun Mountain. The leader of the Sky Heart Alliance said. What if he doesn't get out? The leader of the Soldier Peak Alliance said. Then we will kill him. The leader of the Sky Heart Alliance said coldly. After that, the leaders of the various forces returned to their respective bases. They led their troops and charged toward the Dragon League. As for Lu Ming, he was cultivating in seclusion. All of a sudden, someone dashed toward his place of seclusion. Lu Ming immediately sensed it and ended his cultivation. He frowned slightly. He had instructed them not to disturb him when he was cultivating in seclusion unless there was something serious. At that moment, someone rushed over. In the next instant, a young man appeared not far away and he looked panicked. What's going on? Lu Ming asked in a deep voice. Alliance leader, bad news. The Sky Heart Alliance and the Soldier Peak Alliance have led the other 8 forces and they are charging toward us. The young man quickly reported with a pale face. Chapter 34:14. Sky Heart Alliance and Soldier Peak Alliance. Lu Ming muttered. He naturally knew about the 2 strongest forces in the Fengyun East region. I didn't expect them to come earlier than I expected. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming stood up and walked out. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the valley. Everyone from the Dragon Alliance was gathered at the entrance of the valley. They looked outside with pale faces. That was because they were surrounded outside. As far as the eye could see, there were at least a few thousand people in the area. With a single glance, one could tell that these people were divided into 10 different groups and 10 different powers. Why have you come to the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming stepped out and came to the front, asking in a deep voice. You are the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Lu Ming? A tall and sturdy young man with eyes as sharp as a blade stepped out and asked coldly. He exuded a terrifying aura. It was so sharp that it seemed like it could pierce through the sky. That's right. I am Lu Ming. Who are you? Lu Ming asked. I am the leader of the Soldier Peak Alliance, Bing Tong. The burly young man said coldly. So you are the leader of the Soldier Peak Alliance. Tell me, why have you come here? Lu Ming asked again. Simple. Lu Ming, disband the Dragon Alliance now and get out of Fengyun Mountain. Bing Tong said coldly. What? The members of the Dragon Alliance were shocked. To them, the Dragon Alliance was a sacred place for cultivation. They had to hand in the least amount of resources. Here, they could get enough resources to cultivate. The other party had asked Lu Ming to disband the Dragon Alliance. Once the Dragon Alliance was disbanded, they would only have 2 options. One was to leave with them, and the other was to join another force. However, they would not be treated as well as the Dragon Alliance. He. Lu Ming laughed coldly after hearing what Bing Tong said. What are you laughing at? Bing Tong said coldly. I'm laughing at how ridiculous you are. What did the Dragon Alliance do wrong? Why did the 10 forces gather and disband the Dragon Alliance? Lu Ming asked. Do you still not understand? Lu Ming, the rule you set for people to only hand over 70% of their primordial divine crystals has already broken the rules and disturbed the market. That's why the Dragon Alliance shouldn't exist. Bing Tong said. I see. Lu Ming understood that the other party was doing this because of the ratio set by the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Alliance's profit ratio was too attractive, and it continuously attracted people from other factions to join. Thus, these people could not sit still. Rules? Who set the rules? This ratio can be set at will. You can also set it higher. No one is stopping you. Lu Ming said indifferently. To put it bluntly, these people were reluctant to give up their own interests. In this world, strength was everything. Collecting primeval divine crystals was a business that had no cost in the first place. Collecting more or less was a profit. It was just that these people were too greedy and wanted to earn more. Looks like you're being stubborn. Bing Tong's eyes were extremely cold. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? We've already given him a chance to live, but he doesn't know how to cherish it. Let's just kill him. A voice filled with killing intent sounded from behind Bing Tong. Following that, a figure charged out at an extremely fast speed and charged towards Lu Ming. He had yet to reach Lu Ming, but the violent force was already like a violent storm, pressing toward Lu Ming. 9th Layer God King Realm. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. The person who attacked was a 9th Layer God King Realm cultivator. He was also the leader of a faction. However, this person's cultivation was stronger than the Alliance Master of the Cloud Sky Alliance. Boom! A palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with earth-shattering force. It was going to smash Lu Ming into a pulp. Alliance Master, be careful. Tian Xing, Shui Chu, and the others exclaimed. Boom! Facing such an attack, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He instantly activated the battle character art and quadrupled his combat strength. He circulated all 11 types of divine force and the heavenly demon golden body at the same time and punched out. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with the palm print and there was a loud explosion. The mountain shook and the palm print was destroyed. The figure flew back while Lu Ming's body shook and he took a few steps back. What a powerful force! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. A 9th Layer God King Realm cultivator who was known as a peak divine king was indeed extraordinary. To be able to become the leader of a faction, his talent was naturally top-notch and his combat strength was shocking. You're pretty good to be able to take one of my palms. Let's see how many of them you can take. A domineering voice sounded and the figure charged towards Lu Ming. Golden light shone from his palms and a golden brick appeared on each of his palms. Yes, the golden brick exuded an ancient aura. It was the origin source secret technique of the person. After using the origin source secret technique, the person's combat strength increased tremendously. His palm energy was as thick as a mountain and it pressed down on Lu Ming. Bing Tong and the rest looked on indifferently and they had no intention of taking any action. Use your full strength. Otherwise, it's not enough. Lu Ming shouted. His body swelled and turned into the purple armor ancient god body. At the same time, rays of light shot out from his body. They were all origin source secret techniques. Overbearing deity spear and overlord's gate. These origin source secret techniques appeared and under Lu Ming's control, they smashed down on the opponent. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the opponent's palm print was destroyed and he flew back with a ghastly expression. Then, the person roared and used his origin source body. He became 10,000 meters tall and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them fought with all their might. After a series of collisions, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and he was at a disadvantage. In the end, Lu Ming activated the fight incantation and increased his combat strength by 5 times. However, he was still at a disadvantage. Although it would not be easy for the person to kill him, Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage. The person was powerful. If they were at the same level, he would not be weaker than the Alliance Master of Yuntian Alliance. In addition, the person's cultivation was one level higher than the Alliance Master of Yuntian Alliance. His overall combat strength was much stronger than the Alliance Master of Yuntian Alliance. Although Lu Ming could kill the Alliance Master of Yuntian Alliance, he was still no match for the person. These people were not ordinary cultivators. They were all top geniuses. Lu Ming could feel that the person's origin source body was much stronger than his. In terms of ancient god body, the person's origin source body was at the peak of the purple armor ancient god body. When it was unleashed, its combat strength was terrifying. How dare you break the rules with your strength? Die! Die! The person roared and his attacks became more violent. The golden brick in his hand floated up and down. If they were outside, he could blow up a planet. Looks like I have to borrow Qiuqiu's power. Lu Ming thought. Then, the bracelet on his wrist that was transformed by Qiuqiu shot out lightning through the overbearing god spear. Boom! Chapter 34:15. I'll give you one more chance. Retreat now, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lu Ming's cold voice reverberated through the area. Everyone was shocked. They were shocked by Lu Ming's strength and talent. 6 origin source secret techniques that were 3 levels higher than the other peerless geniuses. Every single one of them was enough to shock the world. How arrogant! Let's see how merciless you are. With a loud shout, another figure dashed out and charged toward Lu Ming. This was the leader of another force, also a 9th layer God King realm cultivator. At the same time, the first person also moved. The 2 experts besieged Lu Ming. Bring it on then. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. Qiuqiu wriggled rapidly, turning into a suit of armor that covered Lu Ming's body. Sizzle. Boundless lightning swam around Lu Ming's body, making him look like a god of lightning. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as he charged towards the 2 experts. All kinds of origin source secret techniques were unleashed. Lu Ming ignored his own defense and attacked with all his might. Boom! A golden palm landed on Lu Ming's chest. However, Lu Ming only trembled slightly, as if nothing had happened. He grabbed the gate of domination with his left hand and slammed it towards his opponent. Bang! The first person who attacked was directly hit by the gate of domination. He groaned as his body was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was almost flattened. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, he would have been heavily injured by this move. Even so, his injuries were not light. At the same time, the tyrant god's spear was filled with thousands of lightning bolts, striking the second person who attacked. His body went numb and he quickly retreated. After being hit by Lu Ming's other origin source secret techniques, he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Lu Ming and Qiuqiu joined forces and their battle prowess increased sharply. In an instant, they injured the 2 experts. Kill! After Lu Ming repelled his opponents, he didn't give them a chance to catch their breaths. He continued to attack. Every move was filled with thousands of lightning bolts. Coupled with his own origin source secret techniques, his attacks were incomparably violent. The 2 great experts roared and did everything they could to resist. However, they were still not a match and were continuously forced back. After barely withstanding more than 10 moves, the 2 of them were struck by Lu Ming again. They screamed miserably and retreated, their injuries even more serious. This person is stubborn. Let's attack together and kill him. One of them roared. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming said coldly. Before he finished speaking, he had already pounced towards the person who had spoken. The lightning in the sky turned into 7 lightning swords and slashed down. This person continuously struck out with both of his palms. Tens of thousands of rays of golden light were shot out, resisting the lightning swords. However, Lu Ming's other attacks quickly followed. Gate of domination, sword of void cleaving boom boom boom, a terrifying explosion erupted. Under the continuous bombardment, this person simply couldn't withstand it. The golden palm print collapsed, and cracks appeared on the two golden bricks in his hands. Finally, with a bang, they exploded. With his source secret technique broken, this person coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, suffering heavy injuries. Kill. In the end, the tyrannical god's spear pierced through this person's forehead. The heavens want me dead. This person roared in his heart, full of indignation. Just as the tyrannical god's spear was about to pierce through this person's head, a sharp saber light suddenly appeared and slashed at the tip of the tyrannical god's spear. Suddenly, an incomparably sharp energy burst out, causing the tyrannical god's spear to vibrate violently. Lu Ming felt a terrifying energy coming from the tyrannical god's spear, causing him to almost lose his grip on the spear. His body was pushed back by this energy. Then, he saw a figure land in front of the previous person. Bing Tong. Fourth Awakening. Lu Ming's gaze turned serious. The person who suddenly attacked was the alliance leader of the Soldier Peak, Bing Tong. Moreover, as soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming could feel that his opponent's divine power was ancient and powerful. It was extremely condensed and powerful. This feeling was very similar to what the barbarian race's genius, Man Ku, felt. This was the feeling brought about by the fourth awakening of the origin source divine power factor. The origin source divine power factor has actually been awakened 4 times. No wonder the Soldier Peak Alliance can become one of the 2 strongest forces in the Fengyun East region. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The fourth awakening of the origin source divine power factor was no small matter. In fact, every awakening of the origin source divine power factor was no small matter. It was extremely difficult, and the further one went, the more difficult it would be. In fact, the third awakening of the origin source divine power factor meant that one had the qualifications to break through to the Sir God level. Moreover, after the third awakening, there was no requirement for the origin source divine power factor in the Sir God realm, and one could continue to break through. Many overlords who stood at the peak of the Sir God level might only have the third awakening of the origin source divine power factor. It was extremely difficult to awaken 4 times. Once awakened, the divine power would undergo a transformation and become closer to the origin source divine power. Its power would also become more terrifying. Among the younger generation, Bing Tong was the second person that Lu Ming had met to awaken 4 times. The first person was Man Ku from the barbarian race. Metallic life forms? Then let me destroy all of you. Bing Tong said coldly. Swoosh. At that moment, a figure flashed and appeared beside Bing Tong. That person was the Alliance Master of the Sky Heart Alliance, Lu Tianxin. There is no need to fight one-on-one in a battle between forces. Let's work together and get rid of this person. Lu Tianxin said coldly. Bing Tong's eyes flickered and then he nodded. They felt great pressure from Lu Ming. Lu Ming was only in the 6th level of the Divine King realm, and his fighting strength was already so terrifying. If he continued to break through, he would definitely surpass them. By then, would there be any place for them in the eastern part of Fengyun Mountain? Therefore, the 2 of them came to an agreement to get rid of Lu Ming before Lu Ming rose to power. This was to protect their interests. In this world, Sir Gods were not allowed to stay. Once someone broke through to the Sir God realm, they would be forced to leave. Therefore, they would not stay for too long. Naturally, they had to use this time to plunder as many origin divine crystals as possible. However, once they lost their position as Alliance Master and were ruled by others, how could they plunder the origin divine crystals? Therefore, Lu Ming could not be allowed to live. Do you want to work together? Come on, let me see how strong the 2 strongest divine powers of the Fengyun Mountain East Division are. Lu Ming laughed and his fighting spirit was strong. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Bing Tong said coldly. The next moment, he unleashed his primordial divine body. His primordial divine body was actually a gigantic centipede. The centipede's sharp claws were like peerlessly sharp divine sabers as it slashed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the Alliance Master of the Sky Heart Alliance, Lu Tianxin, also moved. He also used his primitive divine body and charged at Lu Ming. Without a doubt, Lu Tianxin's origin divine power factor had also awakened 4 times. Otherwise, he would not be as famous as Bing Tong. Chapter 34:16. Both Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin attacked at the same time. Everyone backed away from the battlefield, fearing that they would be caught up in it. At the same time, their eyes were fixed on the battlefield. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would deal with the 2 top experts. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin were undoubtedly the 2 strongest people in the Fengyun East Division. They were not comparable to the other 2 leaders. Yin Yang Godai, Gate of Domination, Void-Shattering Sword, Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. All kinds of secret skills were cast at once. Since he had stored a large amount of divine power in his quantifying word formula, he was not afraid of using them. In the next moment, the 2 sides collided at an astonishing speed. In a breath's time, they had exchanged more than 100 blows. Swoosh! In the end, Lu Ming's body was pushed back and he crashed into a few boulders. He was forced into a disadvantageous position. Their divine bodies, Lu Ming's eyes turned serious. He felt that Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin's origin divine power factor had not only awakened 4 times. Their primordial divine bodies were not to be underestimated. Compared to the ancient divine body, they were definitely at the peak of the purple-armored ancient divine body. In fact, it felt like they were about to reach another level. Their combined combat strength was extremely powerful. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for them. Even with Qiuqiu's help, it would be difficult to fight them. Kill! Bing Tong shouted as he turned into a giant centipede and pounced on Lu Ming. Each of his legs was a sharp divine knife. Some of his legs even flew out and turned into divine knives that slashed at Lu Ming. These divine knives contained the divine power of 4 awakenings and were indestructible. The bolts of lightning that Qiuqiu shot out were difficult to block, and they were shattered by the constant collisions. Clang clang clang, the blades slashed at the Gate of Domination, causing it to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, the Gate of Domination had been slashed a few hundred times. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the Door of Sovereigns. Lu Ming's cultivation base was 3 levels lower than his opponent's, which meant that his essence secret magic was weaker than his opponent's. His Sovereign's Gate was on the verge of being destroyed. On the other side, Lu Tianxin's attacks were just as powerful as Soldier Eyes. He used his Origin's secret technique and continuously attacked the moon and the sun. The sun and the moon shook violently, and rays of light filled the sky. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, the Gate of the Sovereign, the moon of the Great Yin, and the sun of the Great Yang all exploded, destroyed. Lu Ming suffered a backlash. He spat out blood and retreated, his face pale. Lu Ming is going to lose. Many people's eyes flickered, thinking that Lu Ming was about to lose. As for the people from the Dragon Alliance, they looked worried. Although they didn't have any feelings for Lu Ming, if Lu Ming was defeated, they wouldn't be treated like this in the future. Lu Ming, your good days are coming to an end. Soldier Eye shouted. After destroying the Gate of Domination, he took the opportunity to attack. Hundreds of divine blades danced in the sky and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved the Overlord God Spear to block, shooting out spear lights. However, when the spear lights hit the divine blades, they were all destroyed. Clang! 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 The Overlord God Spear and the divine blades collided, causing a violent tremor. Lu Ming was pushed back by the terrifying power. Moreover, Lu Ming couldn't block some of the divine blades. They slashed at Lu Ming's body. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, Qiuqiu's armor was extremely tough. It blocked the attacks in the end, leaving only a few marks. However, the terrifying power of the divine blades blasted into Lu Ming's body, causing Lu Ming's bones to tremble and almost break. At the same time, Lu Tianxin's attack landed. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. What's the use of relying on a metallic life form? Watch me break through your defense. Soldier Eye shouted. Is that so? Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then, he whispered, "Withdraw." At this time, Lu Ming actually withdrew the remaining origin source secret techniques. Everyone was stunned. At this critical moment, Lu Ming withdrew the origin source secret techniques. Wasn't this courting death? However, one of Lu Ming's palms started wriggling rapidly. To be precise, it wasn't Lu Ming's palm that was wriggling, but Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu wriggled and turned into a battle sword that Lu Ming held in his hand. On this battleship, the sword hilt was illusory, while the sword tip was real. This was the broken sword that Qiuqiu had swallowed earlier. Qiuqiu had used it before, and its power was terrifying. Come on. Lu Ming held the combat sword in his hand and slashed madly at the divine sabers of Soldier Eye. Dang dang dang, dense clashing sounds were heard. Those divine sabers were sent flying one by one, dancing in the air. Then, Lu Ming swung his sword and clashed with Lu Tianxin. After a violent explosion, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took 2 steps back. However, Lu Tianxin floated back. Such power! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After Qiuqiu turned into this broken sword, its power had increased tremendously. He was completely at a disadvantage when fighting Lu Tianxin head-on. However, he had gained the upper hand in the previous exchange. Kill! After repelling Lu Tianxin, Lu Ming shouted and charged at Soldier Eye with his sword. Die, brat! Bing Tong roared. The huge centipede began to twist its body, and the terrifying divine sabers slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not dodge and charged forward with his battle sword. Clang! 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 More than 100 battle swords were sent flying. Lu Ming broke through the divine sabers and arrived in front of Soldier, slashing down with his battle sword. Clang! The combat sword landed on the gigantic centipede, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming felt as though he had struck a piece of iron. At this moment, Lu Tianxin arrived. A bright divine light shot out from his hand and went straight for Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming blocked it with his sword and broke through the divine light that Lu Tianxin had shot out. He rushed up and slashed at Lu Tianxin with his battle sword. Lu Tianxin swung his fist. His fist was covered in endless light as it collided with the battleship. Boom! It was as if 2 planets had collided. The difference was that Lu Ming had retreated a shorter distance while Lu Tianxin had retreated a longer distance. Powerful indeed. That centipede has such a tough shell. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. The other party's ability was indeed shocking. However, Soldier Eye and Lu Tianxin were even more shocked. On Soldier Eye's body, where Lu Ming had slashed, there was a deep sword wound and blood was seeping out. How is this possible? Soldier Eye roared in his heart. After he had transformed into his primitive divine body, he knew how strong his defense was. Even if he did not fight back, his opponent would not be able to break through his defense. He used to think that no one below the Sir God level could break through his defense. However, his shell had been broken. Lu Tianxin's fist was trembling. There was also a sword wound on his fist and blood was seeping out. Chapter 34:17. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin looked at each other and saw the seriousness and hesitation in each other's eyes. At this point in the battle, they were hesitant. Could they still kill Lu Ming? They wanted to retreat. The 2 of them moved and leaned against each other, afraid that Lu Ming would defeat them one by one. Bam! At this moment, Lu Ming took a step forward and shot up into the sky. He waved his combat sword and charged toward Lu Tianxin and Bing Tong. Kill! Kill! Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin shouted at the same time and charged toward Lu Ming. Once again, the 2 of them clashed and fought fiercely. The 2 of them fought in the sky and at Fengyin Mountain. They were locked in a fierce battle and after a few hundred moves, there was still no clear winner. Boom! Boom! After a few more explosions, Lu Ming, Bing Tong, and Lu Tianxin retreated. They retreated tens of thousands of meters and faced each other from afar. At this moment, Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin had a few wounds on their bodies. Although they were not fatal, they were still bleeding. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not have any wounds on his body because he was protected by Qiuqiu's armor. However, there was a rebounding force that went through the armor and injured Lu Ming. Many of his bones were broken and Lu Ming used his divine power to reconnect them. Damn it. Why is this kid's divine power so dense? Is it endless? Can't it be used up? Bing Tong roared in his heart and was even more shocked. It was the same for Lu Tianxin. She found it hard to calm down. They came from powerful forces in the primitive universe and were well informed. They had seen many perverted geniuses. However, it was extremely rare to see someone as perverted as Lu Ming. The two of them wanted to retreat even more. If this continued, their divine power would not be able to hold on. Lu Ming, this is bad. My power is almost used up. I can't maintain the form of the combat sword. Qiuqiu sent a message to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and his heart skipped a beat. Indeed, Qiuqiu did not have the quantifying formula. After such a long battle, it was normal that his divine power was about to run out. However, without Qiuqiu's help, Lu Ming would have died if he had to face Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin alone. However, Lu Ming's face didn't show the slightest change. His fighting spirit was still arrogant, and he looked like he wanted to fight to the end. At this moment, Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin looked at each other and nodded silently. Lu Ming, your strength is indeed not bad. Fine, I'll spare your life today. We'll fight another day. Bing Tong spoke, his voice resounding throughout the entire place. They're going to stop fighting. Many people were surprised. All the people present were geniuses and none of them were stupid. Bing Tong's words meant that he wanted to stop the battle. Obviously, he was not confident in Lu Ming. What he said was just to give himself a way out. No matter when you want to fight, I will accompany you to the end. Lu Ming was delighted, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Great. However, Lu Ming, let me tell you, if you break the rules like this, we won't be the only ones looking for you. Let's go. Having said that, Bing Tong turned around and left. Lu Tianxin did the same. When the two alliance leaders left, the people from the two forces naturally followed them. Let's go too. Let's go. Since the people from Soldier Peak Alliance and Sky Heart Alliance had left, the people from the other forces didn't dare to stay any longer. They quickly brought their men and left, afraid that they would be too late. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. At that moment, he didn't have the strength to chase after them. Qiuqiu's divine power couldn't hold on for much longer. Moreover, Sumo's injuries weren't light either. If this continued, his injuries would worsen. The other party's retreat was exactly what he wanted. They've retreated. The people from the Dragon Alliance were the happiest. All of them smiled and were pleasantly surprised. Initially, they thought that the Dragon Alliance was in danger. However, they didn't expect Lu Ming's strength to exceed their expectations. With his strength alone, he managed to fend off the attacks of the 10 forces in the eastern region of Fengyan Mountain. Moreover, he managed to fight Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin to a draw. Although he had borrowed external help, it was an unimaginable result. Listen up. In the future, if anyone comes to join the Dragon Alliance, don't take them in for the time being. Lu Ming instructed his subordinates. Tian Xing, Shui Chu, and the others' eyes lit up. Then, they shouted, yes. Lu Ming felt a little helpless. Based on the ratio that he had given, there would be more people joining him in the future. This was tantamount to touching the cake of others. The leaders of the other forces wouldn't let him off easily. This time, it was Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Next time, if someone even more terrifying came, Lu Ming would be in danger. Therefore, he had to bear with it for the time being. Now was the time to lay low. Anyway, the primordial divine crystals were enough for Lu Ming. With a large amount of primordial divine crystals, Lu Ming was improving rapidly in all aspects. He just had to bear with it for a while. When he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, it wouldn't be too late to recruit more people. Currently, Lu Ming's cultivation was only in the 6th layer of the King God realm. When he reached the 7th or 8th layer of the King God realm, he would have nothing to fear with Chiu Chiu. After giving his orders, Lu Ming returned to his secluded cultivation area. He took out a healing elixir and swallowed it to heal his injuries. After a while, when Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed, he continued to refine the primordial divine crystals. The news of the previous battle spread like a whirlwind, shocking everyone. Moreover, after the battle, more people came to join Lu Ming. They wanted to join the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming had enough fighting strength to protect them. Moreover, he gave them good treatment. What reason did they have not to join? However, they were all rejected by Tian Xing and the others. They clearly told them that the Dragon Alliance was no longer recruiting. Those who wanted to join Lu Ming could only leave helplessly. When the leaders of the major forces heard the news, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In this world, the leaders of the major forces could not force other geniuses to swear an oath of life origin to join them. If they did so, no other geniuses would join them in the future. Therefore, the subordinates of these forces could come and go freely. Now that they heard that the Dragon Alliance was no longer recruiting, they heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would have to increase their treatment to keep people. Just like that, the Fengyan Mountain fell into relative peace. Of course, the occasional fight was unavoidable. Lu Ming did not care about what was happening outside. He focused on cultivating and refining the primordial divine crystals. Time passed, year after year. In the blink of an eye, another 50 years had passed. In 50 years, Lu Ming had refined a few thousand pieces of primordial divine crystals. However, these primordial divine crystals paled in comparison to his harvest. In the past 50 years, he had stored more than 100,000 pieces of primordial divine crystals. These were all resources for his future cultivation. In the past 50 years, Lu Ming had been improving rapidly. He was improving every day. Lu Ming had cultivated the purple-armored ancient god body to the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body. Chapter 34:18. There's still a way to improve? When Lu Ming reached the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body, he felt that something was wrong. He realized that the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body was not the end. There was still a lot of room for improvement. However, in the ancient god skill that Lu Ming had obtained in the ancient god world, the purple-armored ancient god body was the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body. Could it be that the ancient god skill that I have is incomplete? Lu Ming frowned. It was possible. Lu Ming would not be wrong. He was 100% sure that there were realms above the purple-armored ancient god body. He thought of Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Although they did not cultivate the ancient god body but other primitive god bodies, he could still compare them. Their primitive god bodies had almost surpassed the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body and were about to enter another level. It could be the level above the purple-armored ancient god body. It seems like I have to buy the complete ancient god skill. Lu Ming said softly. In this world, there were many supreme talents from various forces and races in the primitive universe who cultivated the primitive god body. He believed that there must be others who cultivated the ancient god body and could buy the complete ancient god skill. My cultivation has also reached the 7th layer of King God realm. Lu Ming smiled. After refining so many primitive divine crystals, Lu Ming's cultivation had finally reached the 7th layer of King God realm. He had entered the ranks of high-level King God realm. This speed was extremely shocking. It's a pity that the primitive divine crystals can't be absorbed by the quantifying formula. Otherwise, the refining speed would be greatly increased. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The primitive divine crystals had to be refined by the ancient god heart to produce the blood qi and increase the strength of the ancient god body. If the quantifying formula was used to refine the primitive divine crystals, that effect would be removed and only pure energy would be left. During this period, not only had his ancient god body and cultivation made great breakthroughs, but Lu Ming's origin divine power factor was also increasing rapidly. Another 2 types of divine power's origin divine power factor had undergone a third awakening. Now, Lu Ming had 10 types of God power that had awakened 3 times, leaving only 1 type of God power that had yet to awaken 3 times. During this period of time, I will temporarily slow down the refinement of the primordial divine crystal and comprehend the quintessence divine energy factor wholeheartedly. I will strive to awaken the last type of divine energy for the 3rd time. Lu Ming muttered. Then, he prepared to close his eyes and cultivate. At this moment, his voice transmission jade talisman buzzed. Someone was sending him a message. Lu Ming took it out and took a look. Tianxing had sent it to him. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly as he scanned the contents of the jade talisman with his spiritual sense. News from Tianxing said that something had happened to Fengyan Mountain recently. At the western side of Fengyan Mountain, a new force suddenly emerged. It was the Barbarian League. This force had many people. Not only were there young geniuses, but there were also experts from the older generation. Their overall strength was very strong. Not long after they appeared, they destroyed a few forces in the western region of Fengyan Mountain, causing a commotion among the other forces. Barbarian Alliance, could it be the barbarian race? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. During this period of time, there had been no news from the barbarian tribe. It seemed that they had finally appeared. The barbarian tribe. Lu Ming muttered. His eyes flashed with a cold light. The barbarian tribe was bent on killing him. He would not let them go. Sooner or later, there would be a war between the 2 forces. Then, Lu Ming replied to Tianxing. He asked them to keep an eye on the Barbarian League and report to him if anything happened. Lu Ming then continued to cultivate. He had to seize the time to raise his cultivation level. Man Ku, the genius of the barbarian tribe, was extremely powerful. He was definitely not weaker than Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Therefore, he had to be stronger to be confident. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 8 years had passed. In these 8 years, Lu Ming did not refine the primordial divine crystal. Instead, he focused on comprehending the quintessence divine energy factor. Finally, the last type of divine energy had awakened 3 times. In this way, all of Lu Ming's divine powers had awakened 3 times. There were a total of 11 types of divine powers. In addition to Lu Ming's cultivation level of the 7th level of the King God realm and the strength of his peak purple armored ancient god body, Lu Ming's combat strength had reached a new height. Now, Lu Ming was confident that he could contend with Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin without Qiuqiu's help. Of course, he could only contend with them. After all, their quintessence divine energy factor had awakened 4 times and they were peak divine kings. In terms of divine powers, even though Lu Ming had mastered 11 types of divine powers and had awakened 3 times, it was still difficult for him to contend with them. He needed to use the battle formula to contend with them. Of course, with Qiuqiu's strength, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. After all, Qiuqiu had not been idle these past few years. He had devoured a large number of divine artifacts and his body was constantly improving. Although he had not broken through to the Divine Lord realm, he was extremely close to it. His strength was several times stronger than before. At this moment, Lu Ming received another message from Tianxing. Is it the Man League again? Gather all the forces in Fengyuan Mountain and gather at the peak of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. All these years, he had been paying attention to the Man League. In the past 8 years, the Man League had developed rapidly. Now, the western region of Fengyuan Mountain had been completely occupied by the Man League. They had occupied a quarter of the territory of Fengyuan Mountain. Without a doubt, the Man League had become the most powerful force in Fengyuan Mountain. Not long ago, the Man League had sent out a message to gather all the forces in Fengyuan Mountain. They would gather at the peak of Fengyuan Mountain in 7 days to discuss important matters. Looks like the Man League is ambitious. They want to occupy Fengyuan Mountain and become the mountain master. Lu Ming sneered. There were a total of 13 famed mountains in this world. 11 of them were unified and each of them was occupied by a powerful force. Only 2 famed mountains were in a state of chaos. Forces of all sizes were fighting for supremacy and it was a mess. Obviously, the Man League wanted to occupy and unify Fengyan Mountain. It's time to go out for a walk, Lu Ming muttered to himself. He then stood up and walked out. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. There was a large piece of land at the peak of Fengyan Mountain. It was wide and flat, suitable for gatherings. It could easily accommodate millions of people. On this day, the peak of Fengyan Mountain was crowded with people. All the forces in the eastern, southern, and northern regions of Fengyan Mountain had gathered. They were divided into different forces and stood at various spots on the peak. The Dragon League was naturally here as well. At the front of the Dragon League, Lu Ming was wearing a black robe that covered his entire body. Thick devil chi emanated from his body and shrouded him, preventing others from using their spiritual consciousness to probe him. All these years, the Man League had not attacked the Dragon League. Obviously, they did not know that the leader of the Dragon League was Lu Ming. After all, the Dragon League had only occupied the former territory of the Cloud Sky League and had not continued to expand. Since the Man League was focused on the western region, it was normal that they did not know. Chapter 34:19. There were more than 10 forces in the east, south, and north of Fengyan Mountain. All of them were silent and solemn as they waited. They're here. Suddenly, someone spoke. Everyone's gaze turned to the west. Over there, several figures were flying over. It's the barbarian tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. There were a few thousand people flying towards them from the west. Among them, there were a few hundred who were tall and burly. They were wrapped in beast skins and there were some who were old and some who were young. They were from the barbarian tribe. As for the rest, they were obviously subdued by the barbarian tribe and had joined them. Soon, the people from the Barbarian Alliance arrived and landed. Ha ha ha, looks like you're on time. There was a loud laugh from the barbarian tribe. An unusually tall and burly young man stepped out and his voice reverberated throughout the area. Man Ku. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. That person was the peerless genius of the barbarian tribe, Man Ku. Previously, he had been tricked by Lu Ming and was severely injured by Lu Ming's array. Unfortunately, Lu Ming still managed to escape. Since then, Lu Ming had never seen Man Ku again. Man Ku, why did you call us here? At that moment, a young man asked loudly. He was the leader of one of the forces in the north. Looks like everyone is here. Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Man Ku scanned the area and said, Fengyan Mountain has been in chaos for many years and there are constant disputes between the forces. This has hindered the development of Fengyan Mountain. Therefore, I feel that it's time to end this chaos. The unification of Fengyan Mountain is the way to go. As expected. Man Ku's words caused many people's hearts to tremble. Many leaders' eyes flashed with light. Ha ha ha, unification of Fengyan Mountain? What a joke. Let me ask you, who will be in charge of Fengyan Mountain? How will the primordial divine crystals be distributed? A cold voice came from the east. It was Bing Tong. Man Ku looked towards the east and said, the strongest force will be in charge. As for the distribution, it's simple. We'll distribute it the same way as the other famous mountains. Haha. Many of the leaders sneered. Wasn't the strongest force the Barbarian Alliance? Furthermore, it would be distributed like the other unified famed mountains? In the other unified famed mountains, the strongest person was called the Mountain Lord. Below him were a few deputy mountain lords. These people stood at the pinnacle. Most of the primordial divine crystals were divided among them. Below them, there were also some powerful cadres. However, these people received fewer primordial divine crystals. If Fengyan Mountain was the same as the other famed mountains, then most of the benefits would be taken by the Mountain Lord. How could the leaders of these forces agree to it? They originally had a lot of income every year, but now it was all gone. Man Ku, have you finally revealed your ambition? If you want to be the master of Fengyan Mountain, just say it. Bing Tong mocked. So what if I am? Now that the Barbarian Alliance is the strongest, it is only right for us to unify the Fengyan Mountain. Man Ke said coldly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Since the Barbarian Alliance wants to unify the Fengyan Mountain, please forgive us for not accompanying you. Bing Tong said coldly. The Sky Heart Alliance will not accompany you. Goodbye. Lu Tianxin said. After she finished speaking, she wanted to leave with her people. If you want to leave, then leave thoroughly. Get out of Fengyan Mountain. Otherwise, I will kill you. Man Ke's cold voice resounded. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin froze and stopped in their tracks. Man Ke, don't be too overbearing. Do you really think that you are the master of Fengyan Mountain? Let me tell you, with the strength of the Barbarian Alliance and Man Ke, it is not enough to unify the Fengyan Mountain. Bing Tong shouted. That's right. If the North, South, and East regions work together, we will be able to destroy the Barbarian Alliance. Lu Tianxin added. The leaders of the other forces were also tempted to take action. They were all deep in thought. You are courting death. Man Ke's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Boom. He took a step forward and dashed towards Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Since you are courting death, I will destroy you first. Man Ke shouted coldly. He clenched his fist and an ancient bronze sword appeared in his hand. This was his origin secret skill. Swoosh. Swoosh. The bronze sword slashed out and two sword radiances slashed towards Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Don't think that I am afraid of you. Die. Bing Tong shouted. He waved his hand and a shocking blade radiance shot out. At the same time, Lu Tianxin attacked. Her fist shone brightly and a terrifying fist radiance shot up to the sky towards the sword radiance. Boom. 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 Man Ke's sword radiance was destroyed. However, Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin shuddered and retreated slightly. Barbarian God Sword. Man Ke shouted as he slashed out with his bronze sword. His swordsmanship was simple and majestic. Every move seemed simple, but it was filled with an ancient feeling. Its power was shocking. This guy's sword skills are stronger than the last time. They seem to have become more mysterious. What is going on? Lu Ming was surprised. He felt that Man Ke's sword skills had undergone a transformation. For example, his sword skills were incomplete in the past. Now, they were complete and their power had increased. Boom. Boom. The battle between Man Ke, Bing Tong, and Lu Tianxin was intense. They were all peak divine kings and had awakened their origin divine force for the fourth time. They had all sorts of divine skills and secret skills. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Man Ke was powerful. He was able to suppress Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin even though he was fighting against two of them. The other faction leaders' eyes lit up but they did not attack. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. If Man Ke, Bing Tong, and Lu Tianxin were injured, they would be the ones to benefit. Even if they could not injure each other, they could let Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin test Man Ke's strength. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin were forced to retreat. What? Is this all you've got? You want to fight me? Man Ke sneered. Roar. At this moment, Bing Tong shouted and used his primordial godly body. His body changed rapidly and turned into a giant centipede. His legs were like divine blades as he flew towards Man Ke. At the same time, Lu Tianxin unleashed her primordial divine body and attacked Man Ke with all her might. Are you finally going to use your trump card? However, you are overestimating yourself if you want to compete with me in terms of the primordial divine body. Man Ke said indifferently with a mocking smile on his face. Following that, he let out a loud roar as his body swelled up and rapidly grew bigger. In an instant, he was 10,000 meters tall. However, that was not the end. His body continued to grow until he was 100,000 meters tall. 100,000 meters. Oh my God, it is the 8th transformation of the primordial divine body. Oh no, Manka's primordial divine body has reached the 8th transformation. Chapter 34:20. Clang clang clang. At this moment, the divine sabers formed by the centipede legs slashed Manka's body. However, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. Then, the divine sabers were all sent flying back. However, only a few shallow marks were left on his body. That is, Lu Ming's pupils shrank. Without a doubt, Manka was using the barbarian god physique. Lu Ming had seen him use it before. However, the last time he used it, it was far from this size. It was only 1,000 meters tall. Now, it had grown to 100,000 meters tall. Moreover, the stone armor on his body was crystal clear and looked like it was made of crystal. It gave off a feeling that it was indestructible. The divine saber formed by the soldiers, I could only leave a shallow mark on it. Then, Lu Ming thought of the other people's exclamations. The 8th transformation of the primordial divine body? What did that mean? It was obvious that the ancient god body was of a higher level than the purple-armored ancient god body. For a moment, thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this moment, Manka laughed maniacally. My barbarian god body has already reached the peak of the 8th transformation. You haven't even reached the 8th transformation. You want to fight me? Go die. Manka laughed. Although he was huge, he was extremely agile. He waved his bronze battle sword and charged towards Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin were shocked. They roared and unleashed their strongest attacks. The terrifying fist energy and the resplendent divine saber pierced through the air towards Manku. However, Manku didn't care about this and allowed their attacks to land on his body. Boom boom boom, Manku's body only swayed slightly. There were only some marks on his stone armor, but it didn't break at all. You want to break my barbarian god body? You're still a little lacking. Die. Manku roared and slashed down with his bronze sword. Not good, retreat. Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin's faces changed as they quickly retreated. But it was too late. The bronze sword flashed and slashed at the giant centipede that was transformed from Soldier Eye. A section of the giant centipede's tail was chopped off. Bing Tong screamed as his body began to shrink rapidly. What a powerful attack! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The centipede's defensive power was shocking, but it was unable to block Manka's sword. Manka's strength was far above the weapon pupil. The soldier pupil was severely wounded, and it was hard for him to maintain his primitive divine body. Die! Manka shouted as he stomped down on Bing Tong. Manka's body was gigantic. He was 100,000 meters tall, while Bing Tong's body was shrinking. Compared to Manku, Bing Tong was like a small worm. No, save me, Bing Tong screamed in fear. However, Lu Tianxin couldn't save him at all. He couldn't even protect himself, so he quickly retreated. You want to leave? Stay. Manka waved his huge sword, which covered the sky. It turned into a huge sword image that shot towards Lu Tianxin, cutting off her escape route. Lu Tianxin could only try her best to resist. Manka's foot had already landed. Bing Tong was unwilling to give up and tried his best to resist. However, he was severely injured and could not break through Manka's defense. Boom! Finally, Manka's foot landed heavily on the ground. Bing Tong was under his foot, and he landed heavily on the ground. The ground shook violently, and a huge crater appeared. Soldier pupil is dead. Someone said in a hoarse voice. That was because they could feel that soldier pupil's life force had completely disappeared. Soldier pupil was stomped to death by Manka's foot. At that moment, Lu Tianxin was no match for Manku. She was forced to retreat and coughed out blood. There was a deep sword wound on her body, and she was bleeding profusely. "I surrender. I'm willing to surrender," Lu Tianxin shouted in fear. If this continued, he would end up like soldier pupil. "It's too late to surrender now. Die in peace," Man Ke shouted as his attacks became more aggressive. He waved his sword with his right hand and punched with his left. He launched a barrage of attacks. "Everyone, let's attack together. If he kills me, he won't let any of you go. Unless all of you surrender," Lu Tianxin shouted. He wanted to ask the experts from the north and south region to attack. There were experts from the north and south regions who were no weaker than them. They might even be stronger than them. Now, he only had a chance to survive if the other experts attacked him together. However, the experts from the north and south region looked hesitant. "Hurry up. Attack," Lu Tianxin shouted crazily. However, in the next moment, he was hit by Man Ke's fist. He flew out like a cannonball and slammed into a wall. Cracks appeared on the hard wall. "Everyone, let's attack. Otherwise, there will be no place for us in Fengyan Mountain." At that moment, a young man from the south region said. This person was an overlord from the south region. He was extremely powerful, and his name was Fu Xiu. "Attack?" Man Ke's primordial divine body has reached the peak of the 8th transformation. He specializes in defense and his defense is invincible. With our strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult to break his defense. If we can't break his defense, we won't be able to defeat him. Another leader of the forces said. It's easy to break through his defense. You just need to have a corresponding attack power. For example, if your primordial divine body has reached the 8th transformation and you have an origin secret technique that's good at attacking, you can break through his defense. Fu Xiu said. Primordial divine body 8th transformation? Have you made a breakthrough? The face of the other leader changed abruptly as he looked at Fu Xiu in shock. Fu Xiu nodded silently and said, "Let's attack." "Alright, let's attack together and kill Man Ke. Let's join forces." The leaders of the other factions also voiced their opinions. Man Ke was aware of this. His expression changed slightly as he uttered a roar, "Kill!" The giant bronze sword slashed at Lu Tianxin. "No!" Lu Tianxin screamed in horror. Seeing that he could not withstand the attack, his body quickly shrank to his normal size. He wanted to use his small body to dodge the attack. However, Man Ke's sword light had completely enveloped the area and locked onto him. There was no way he could escape. Boom! The huge bronze battle sword smashed down, and Lu Tianxin let out an unwilling scream. Her body exploded, and her soul was destroyed. In the Fengyan Mountain East region, the two overlords, Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin, were killed. At that moment, Fu Xiu and the other 4 experts dashed toward Man Ke. 5 streams of light tore through the void and charged toward Man Ke. There was no doubt that those who dared to attack Man Ke were top experts. They were all peak supreme beings and their origin divine power factors had all awakened 4 times. Their strength was no weaker than Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Chapter 34-21. The 5 experts attacked Man Ke at the same time. Each of their attacks could easily kill a large number of ordinary peak divine kings. Swoosh! At the critical moment, Man Ke swung his sword horizontally. The sword light was like a rainbow, covering the sky as it chopped down on the 5 attacks. 5 consecutive huge explosions rang out. All 5 attacks were blocked by Man Ke. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." Man Ke looked at Fu Xiu and the others with a ferocious expression. "Man Ke, although you are strong, you are not invincible in the Divine King realm," Fu Xiu said calmly. However, his aura was getting stronger. Roar! Suddenly, Fu Xiu let out a roar and his body swelled rapidly. He turned into a rhinoceros. The rhinoceros was covered in black scales and had a pair of wings. There was a horn on its head that was as sharp as a heavenly blade. The rhinoceros was huge. It did not stop growing even when it was 10,000 meters tall. In the end, it was at least 50,000 meters tall and 100,000 meters long. It was even bigger than Man-Ku when it spread its wings. The eighth transformation of the primordial divine body. Your primordial divine body has reached the eighth transformation. Man-Ku's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed. Man-Ku, you are not the only one who has reached the eighth transformation. I have reached the eighth transformation as well. I can break through your barbarian divine body. Fu Xiu's voice came from the rhinoceros. The horn on his head shone brightly and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, a bronze blade appeared and merged with the horn on his head. The blade was Fu Xiu's origin secret technique. You are only at the middle stage of the eighth transformation. Do you think you can fight me? Man-Ku shouted. You can do it with us. Another young man said. He finally had some confidence after seeing Fu Xiu's primordial divine body. Then let's try. Man-Ku shouted and swung his bronze sword at Fu Xiu and the other four. The four of you restrain him. I will be the main attacker and break through his defense. Fu Xiu sent a message to the other four young men. As soon as he finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew out. His horn shone brightly and combined with his origin secret technique, it made his body look like a war blade. He pierced through the air and charged at Man-Ku. Die! Man-Ku brandished his bronze greatsword and chopped down. Clang! The giant bronze sword collided with Fu Xiu's horn, resulting in an earth-shattering roar. Boundless energy swept out in all directions, leaving terrifying sword and saber scars on the ground of Fengyun Peak. Retreat! The other people at the scene didn't dare to stay. They all stayed far away. Lu Ming brought the Dragon Alliance members and retreated far away, maintaining a distance from the battlefield. Attack! At this moment, the other four top experts also took action. They turned into their original divine bodies and dashed toward Man-Ku. One of them actually turned into an incomparably huge spider, but it had 18 claws. It opened its mouth and a huge spider web flew out, enveloping Man-Ku. There was also a young man who had transformed into a giant snake with a human face and a snake body. He opened his mouth and spat out a poisonous mist. When heaven and earth were first created, many primitive divine spirits were born. These primitive divine spirits came in all shapes and sizes. Many of them were even the ancestors of the various races. Therefore, the primitive divine bodies that were cultivated came in all shapes and sizes. These four young experts were also the leaders of their respective forces. In Fengyun Peak, they were as famous as Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin. Their primitive divine bodies were also existences who were about to enter the eighth transformation. Their combat strength was not weak at all. The four of them joined forces, not to attack but to trap Man-Ku. They used all kinds of methods to envelop him. Break! Man-Ku blocked Fu Xiu's attack and swung his sword horizontally, trying to break out of the encirclement of the four experts. However, the four experts flashed and dodged Man-Ku's attack. Then, they used all kinds of methods to attack Man-Ku, hoping to trap him. For a moment, Man-Ku was somewhat affected and his movements slowed down. For example, the snake venom was extremely terrifying and could paralyze the nerves. The spider web was extremely tough. When Man-Ku swung his sword, it didn't immediately unravel. Instead, it almost entangled him. Fu Xiu wouldn't miss this opportunity. He flapped his wings and charged toward Man-Ku. Clang! Fu Xiu's head collided with Man-Ku's body, making an ear-piercing sound. The crystal-like stone armor on Man-Ku's body trembled violently. In the next moment, a crack was heard, and the stone armor cracked. Fu Xiu's horn pierced through it. Man-Ku let out a roar and took a few steps back. Then, he threw a punch at Fu Xiu, knocking him back. However, a bloody hole still appeared on Man-Ku's body, and blood kept flowing out. It's broken. The other four young experts were overjoyed when they saw this. Fu Xiu was indeed able to break through Man-Ku's defense. As long as he could break through Man-Ku's defense, it would be easy to kill him. Attack with all your might. The other 4 young geniuses used their full strength, using all sorts of entrapment techniques to surround Man-ku. Man-ku tried his best to break free, but it was difficult for him to do so. His movements were greatly affected. On the other side, Fu Xiu launched another attack. His body was like a huge sharp knife, crashing into Fu Xiu's body. Fu Xiu roared angrily. His stone armor was broken again, and a deep wound appeared. His flesh and bones were exposed, and blood kept flowing out. Man-ku let out a painful roar that was as loud as thunder. Don't you dare hurt young Master Man-ku. If you want to win by numbers, we'll be your opponents. Angry roars were heard. Then, a dozen figures pounced on Fu Xiu and the others like lightning. These were a dozen old barbarians. They were very old and did not have much lifespan left. They were all skin and bones, but they were very strong. Each of them was a peak divine king who had awakened their origin divine power factor 3 times. When Lu Ming first entered this world, he had suffered at the hands of these old barbarians. These old barbarians saw that Man-ku was no match for them and immediately rushed out. You're courting death. You guys continue to trap him. Leave these old guys to me. Fu Xiu's voice was heard. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He flapped his wings and rushed out, making a terrifying whistling sound. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The next moment, from the top of Fu Xiu's head, rays of saber light burst out and slashed at the old barbarians. The saber light whistled at an astonishing speed. The old barbarian who was flying at the front was the first to bear the brunt. Break! The old barbarian roared. He held a giant axe and swung it, trying to break the saber light. However, when the axe hit the saber light, his face changed drastically. He saw that the battle axe in his hand had shattered. The saber light flashed and cut the old barbarian in half, killing him instantly. Chapter 34:22. The other blade lights did not stop and continued to attack the other old barbarians. Puff puff puff, blood flashed, and the blade flashed. 5 to 6 old barbarians were cut in half and died on the spot. Not good, retreat. The expressions of the remaining old berserkers changed drastically. They retreated madly, then gathered together to form a rune to fend off Fu Xiu. It's too late to retreat now. Kill. Fu Xiu's cold voice rang out. He flapped his wings and his gigantic body turned into a gigantic blade. He charged towards the old berserkers and crashed into the rune they had set up. A dazzling light shot up into the sky, followed by a loud bang. There was a huge explosion, followed by screams of pain. When the light and screams disappeared, only Fu Xiu was left in the sky, and the old barbarians had disappeared without a trace. A bunch of old fogies who overestimate themselves. Fu Xiu said coldly. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, especially the barbarians. Their faces were ugly, but they were secretly shocked. Fu Xiu's strength was indeed terrifying. Those old brute tribesmen could be said to be very powerful. Their divine origin force had been awakened for the 3rd time, and their lifespan was not long. They had cultivated for 5 full stellar years, and the power of their various divine skills was extremely terrifying. Their combat strength was almost at the peak of the divine king realm. However, there was still a huge gap between them and a terrifying heaven's pride like Fu Xiu. They couldn't compete at all. In just a few breaths, a dozen powerful barbarian elders were all killed. Fu Xiu, I want you dead. At this moment, Man-ku let out a furious roar. His body glowed, and he seized the opportunity to madly swing his bronze sword. In an instant, he had slashed out over 1,000 times. The attacks of the 4 experts finally cracked open a crack, and Man-ku burst out. Don't let him escape. Quick, surround him. The 4 young experts shouted. Their figures flashed, and all kinds of entrapment attacks were launched. At the same time, Fu Xiu also rushed towards Man-ku. However, at this moment, a malevolent expression appeared in Man-ku's eyes. He opened his mouth and a snow-white bone flew out from his mouth. That's right, it was a bone. As soon as the bone flew out, a terrifying aura spread out. Roar. In the next moment, a terrifying roar came from one of the snow-white bones. The loud roar turned into a mysterious aura that spread in all directions. Fu Xiao and the four geniuses were the first to bear the brunt of this aura. Immediately, their bodies stiffened, and then they revealed looks of pain. All of their attacks stopped in an instant. Ah, that loud roar quickly spread into the distance. Many people were enveloped by it. Some people's expressions changed drastically, and some people with lower cultivation levels let out miserable screams. Their faces were filled with pain. It's a soul attack. Get back. Lu Ming's expression changed. He could clearly feel that when that aura passed through his body, it turned into a strange energy that rushed towards his soul. However, his soul was protected by the frightening feather painting, which blocked this energy. But the other members of Dragon Alliance couldn't. Some of them revealed pained expressions and some of them cried out. Hearing Lu Ming's words, they quickly retreated and distanced themselves from him. The others were the same, retreating frantically. The further away they were, the greater the impact. One could imagine how much Fu Xiao and the other four young experts had been affected by it. Kill! Man Ku roared as he swung his bronze sword at Fu Xiao. Not good. Fu Xiao was shocked. At the critical moment, he used all his strength to move sideways, but he was still a step too late. One of his wings was cut off by the bronze sword, and blood stained the sky. Fu Xiao was shocked and wanted to retreat. But the white bone that Man Ku used let out a loud roar, and a strange energy spread out, causing Fu Xiao's body to stiffen and his movements to slow down. Soul attack. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. This white bone could affect the soul. It was extremely terrifying. In a battle between experts, a small difference could lead to a huge difference. Although Fu Xiao and the others were only slightly affected, the outcome of the battle could be worlds apart. Where did this man could get this treasure? Did he have a fortuitous encounter recently? Lu Ming's mind raced as he was filled with doubts. The last time he saw Man Ku, his barbarian god body wasn't even at the purple-armored ancient god body. At most, it was at the peak of the blue-armored ancient god body. Moreover, Man Ku definitely didn't have the white bone. Otherwise, he would have used it when Lu Ming forced him into a desperate situation by borrowing the power of the array. But this time, not only did Man Ku have the white bone, but his primordial ancient god body had also surpassed the purple-armored ancient god body and reached the next level. Moreover, it had reached the peak of the next level, and his combat strength had increased by a large margin. Aside from a fortuitous encounter, it was hard to explain. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind, but the battle on the battlefield was still ongoing. Man Ku used the white bone to affect Fu Xiao, and then continued to slash with the bronze sword. Roar! Fu Xiao roared, trying his best to control himself to resist Man Ku. At the same time, the other four young experts also attacked. However, their souls were affected by the white bone, and their strength was still affected. Their combat strength was weaker, and their speed was also slower. In an instant, Man Ku and Fu Xiao exchanged a few moves. Fu Xiao was no match for Man Ku, and his body was slashed by the bronze sword. A sword wound that was a few hundred meters long appeared on his body, and Fu Xiao's head was almost cut off. Fu Xiao was severely injured, and he coughed up blood and retreated. The other four young experts wanted to trap Man Ku again, but Man Ku had already escaped from the encirclement. Moreover, he had the white bone's help, and it was easy for him to escape from the encirclement, and he continued to attack Fu Xiao. Barbaric God Sword, Bloody Killing God. Man Ku roared, and the dazzling sword light completely enveloped Fu Xiao. Fu Xiao tried his best, and the horn on his head flew out to attack Man Ku, but he was sent flying by Man Ku's sword. Ah! In the end, Fu Xiao let out a shrill scream as his neck was slashed by the bronze sword, and his huge head flew out. Then, the sky full of sword light fell, and Fu Xiu's head was smashed into pieces. Fu Xiu had fallen. Not good. The other 4 experts were shocked when they saw Fu Xiu's tragic death, and they quickly retreated. It's too late to retreat now. Man Ke's cold voice resounded throughout the battlefield, and he strode forward, attacking the 4 experts. Roar! The white bone floated above Man Ke's head, and it kept roaring. The roar had no effect on Man Ke, but it had a huge impact on the others. The 4 young experts had to use a lot of energy to protect their souls, and in this way, their strength would be greatly reduced. Man Ke caught up with the 4 of them in an instant, and the bronze sword turned into a sky full of sword light, and violently slashed at the 4 young experts. The 4 experts joined forces to resist. Originally, with their strength, if they joined forces, they could resist for a while, but now that they were affected by the white bone, it was difficult. Chapter 34-23. The 4 young experts barely managed to block more than 10 moves before one of them was almost cut in half by the battle sword. He retreated frantically and was severely injured. Since one of them was severely injured, the remaining 3 were even weaker. Not long after, all of them were severely injured. Time to send you on your way. Man Ke's eyes were extremely ferocious. As for the spectators, they were all sighing. It seemed that the chaotic situation in Fengyan Mountain was finally coming to an end. It was going to be unified. Man Ke had suppressed the crowd. The outcome was set. Especially those from the Dragon Alliance, their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had followed Lu Ming and lived a good life. If Fengyan Mountain were to be unified, how could those who followed the barbarian tribe be treated so well? However, the current situation was almost certain. Man Ke was too strong and the other experts could not resist him. The outcome of resisting was too tragic. Bing Tong, Lu Tianxin, and Fu Xiu were killed one after another. The remaining 4 experts could not even protect themselves. Although Lu Ming was strong, he was still not as strong as Man Ke. Just as everyone was sighing, Man Ke launched a violent attack. The 4 experts were beaten back and vomited blood. Their injuries were even more serious. It seemed that defeat was only a matter of time. I surrender. I'm willing to submit to you and manage Fengyuan Mountain with you. I'll be your deputy. At that moment, a young man shouted. You're about to die and you want to be the deputy? You must be dreaming. Man Ke sneered and rejected him directly. Then I don't want to be the deputy. The young man shouted. If you want to stay alive, I'll give you a chance. Surrender and swear on your life origin that you'll listen to my orders. Not only in this world, but when you return to the Eldritch universe, you'll listen to my orders for the rest of your life. Man Ke said ferociously. What? You? Don't go overboard. I can listen to your orders in this world, but not in the Eldritch universe. The young man shouted. He was a peerless genius and came from a powerful force in the Eldritch universe. His future was bright. He could listen to Man Ke's orders for a short period of time in this world, but how could he listen to Man Ke for the rest of his life? If you don't agree, then die. Man Ke shouted coldly and slashed out his battle sword, cutting off one of the young man's arms. Then, the sword light slashed horizontally, wanting to kill the young man. I surrender, I surrender. The young man roared. Under the threat of death, he chose to surrender. Even though he was unwilling to be controlled by the other party for the rest of his life, there was nothing he could do if he were to die. Take this with you first. Swear it later. A headband appeared in Man Ke's hand, and he tossed it to the other party. The young man caught the headband, and his expression changed. He was extremely unwilling, but when he felt the intense killing intent from Man Ke, he finally compromised. Gritting his teeth, he put on the headband. From now on, his life and death would be in Man Ke's hands. What about you guys? Following which, Man Ke's gaze turned towards the remaining 3 youths. As of this moment, the 3 young men were seriously injured and unable to fight. Man Ke wasn't in a hurry to attack them. He wanted to subjugate them one by one, which would be very useful to him when he returned to the Your Wilds universe. How foolish. Lu Ming shook his head in his heart and secretly sneered. This man must have been blinded by his victory. Making these geniuses swear on their life source to be loyal to him was simply courting death. These geniuses came from the major forces in the Your Wilds universe. Some of them were even stronger than the Taishu dynasty or the barbarian tribe. The prodigies of that faction had sworn to be loyal to Manku forever. If the powerhouses of that faction were to find out about this in the future, they would probably fly into a rage and kill Manku in the dark. Once Manku was dead, the oath would naturally be useless. This was also the reason why most people in this world wouldn't make others swear on their life source. However, Manku didn't think too much about it. He had been blinded by his victory. The remaining 3 youths' faces were extremely ugly. Since you don't want to talk, I'll send you to hell together. Manku's killing intent exploded. Alright, I promise you, I promise. In the end, one of the youths shouted and surrendered to Manku's threat. Put it on. Manku took out a headband and tossed it to the youth. The youth caught it and put it on his head. What about the 2 of you? Following which, Manku looked at the remaining 2 people. You want me to listen to your orders for the rest of my life? Dream on. What's the difference between that and a puppet? You might as well kill me. One of the youths shouted coldly. That's right. Do it. You want me to submit to you for the rest of my life? Impossible. You're not qualified. The second youth shouted. Not everyone had a backbone. These 2 youths had a strong sense of pride and backbone. They would rather die than submit. Since that's the case, I'll send you to hell. Manku's eyes flashed coldly. His aura exploded and he was about to attack. It's time to strike. At this moment, Lu Ming said in a low voice. After the chaotic battle, the situation in Fengyan Mountain had changed drastically. It was time to strike. Moreover, Manku had used up most of his trump cards. Lu Ming was more or less prepared. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards Manku. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Now, there was still someone who dared to step out. What was he trying to do? Alliance leader. The members of the Dragon Alliance were also shocked. Their eyes flickered. What is he trying to do? The same thought crossed the minds of the others. Manku and the other 2 youths also looked at Lu Ming. Kid, show your true face. Don't hide your head and tail. Manku shouted coldly. Manku, it's been a while. How have you been? Lu Ming smiled. He waved his hand and took off the black robe on his body, revealing his true face. It's you, Lu Ming. Manku exclaimed when he saw Lu Ming. Then, he emitted a cold murderous intent. Manku, it's been a while since we last met. Your cultivation has improved a lot. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you still dare to attack after seeing my strength. Today will be the day you die. Manku roared. His powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming. He ignored the other 2 youths. In comparison, he wanted to kill Lu Ming more. After all, Lu Ming was a genius of the Taishu dynasty. The Taishu dynasty and the barbarian tribe were mortal enemies. Manku wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid at all. He stepped forward and landed in front of the other 2 youths. His body also emitted a powerful aura. Is this person really going to fight with Manku? Who is this person? Many people were shocked. I know. This person is the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. I heard that he is extremely powerful. He fought Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin to a draw. Someone recognized Lu Ming. It's the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. Many people suddenly realized. After all, the battle between Lu Ming and Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin had spread throughout Fengyan Mountain. Chapter 34-24. Lu Ming and Manku stood facing each other as their auras clashed. Roar. Lu Ming let out the ancient god's roar. Then, his body expanded rapidly and transformed into a purple-armored ancient god. Lu Ming had already reached the pinnacle of the purple-armored ancient god body. Although he was still 10,000 meters tall, his body was covered in dark purple scales that shone brightly. However, the difference between 10,000 meters and man's 100,000 meters was still too big. So you've already reached the pinnacle of the 7th transformation of the ancient god body. However, you're too naive if you think you can fight me with that. I'll send you on your way. Man-ku sneered as he looked down at Lu Ming. He lifted his foot and stomped down on Lu Ming, wanting to stomp Lu Ming to death. Come on. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with battle intent as his body glowed with divine light. At this moment, Lu Ming exploded with all his strength. The battle character art increased his combat strength by 5 times and the 11 types of divine powers circulated as he threw out a punch. Boom! When the punch landed on Man-ku's foot, there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming felt as if he had hit a mountain as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. His arm felt numb. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the heavenly fiend golden body and had a strong physical body, he would have exploded. However, Lu Ming managed to block Man-ku's kick. You're quite strong. Man-ku's eyes flashed with surprise. He had not expected that Lu Ming would be able to block his attack with his current strength. Kid, let's see how many moves you can take. Man-ku bellowed as he slashed down with his bronze sword. A terrifying sword gleam whistled as it exploded with a terrifying roar. The berserk sword pressure pressed down on Lu Ming from all directions. Tyrannical divine spear, gate of domination, void-shattering sword, Lu Ming let out a long howl. He used all kinds of Origin's secret techniques, which expanded rapidly and blasted toward Man-ku. Clang! The void-breaking sword was the fastest, and it collided with the opponent's bronze battle sword. A loud sound rang out, and the void-breaking sword trembled violently before it was sent flying. Next, the bronze battle sword slashed at the ruler's gate, and the ruler's gate was sent flying as well. In the end, it collided with the tyrant god's spear. Wang! The tyrant god's spear violently trembled as a terrifying power passed through the tyrant god's spear and entered Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming continuously retreated as he felt his blood and chi churn as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The ancient cultivation method is indeed powerful. I will definitely kill you today. Man-ku shouted coldly. His killing intent became even colder. The stronger Lu Ming was, the stronger his killing intent was. The bronze sword turned into thousands of rays of light, slashing towards Lu Ming. This fellow's strength is indeed formidable. If I were to rely on my own strength, I would definitely be no match for him. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. In comparison, Man-ku was far superior to Lu Ming in many aspects. For example, the primordial divine body had already reached the peak of the 8th transformation. On the other hand, Lu Ming's purple-armored ancient divine body was only at the peak of the 7th transformation. There was an entire level difference. In terms of divine power of origin, Man-ku had awakened 4 times and his cultivation was at the peak of the divine king realm. He was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming. What Lu Ming could rely on was the battle character art and the universe myriad Dao art's 11 types of divine power and various secret techniques of origin. However, these were not enough to close the gap between them. Now, he could only join forces with Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu, with a thought, Qiuqiu wriggled rapidly and turned into an armor that covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, bolts of lightning covered Lu Ming's body. A metallic life form? Do you think you can fight me with just a metallic life form? Kill both of you. Man-ku shouted coldly. He was very confident as he slashed down with his bronze sword again. Fight! Lu Ming held the tyrant god's spear in one hand and the gate of domination in the other. He soared into the sky and continuously attacked Man-ku. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed continuously and exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. For a moment, there was no clear victor. Lu Ming can actually fight Man Ku. He blocked Man Ku's attack in a head-on confrontation. Many people were shocked and found it hard to believe. They had seen how strong Man Ku was previously. He had killed many top heaven's prides consecutively and could be said to be incomparably violent and invincible. Right now, Lu Ming was actually able to fight with Man Ku. This was really incredible. Sizzle. Each of Lu Ming's attacks was accompanied by a huge bolt of lightning that poured into Man Ku's body along with his attacks. Man Ku's huge body was covered with lightning. As the lightning attacked, Man Ku's speed slowed down slightly. This was what Lu Ming wanted. Moon of Moon, Sun of Sun. Lu Ming controlled the two origin source secret techniques and floated in the air, sprinkling down rays of light that landed on Man Ku's body. He wanted to completely melt him in the rays of light. However, the crystal-like stone armor on Man Ku's body was dazzling. A layer of light appeared and blocked the attacks of the Moon of Moon and Sun of Sunday Clang. Then, Lu Ming broke through Man Ku's attack. The Tyrant God's spear pierced Man Ku's chest and made a loud sound. Sparks flew in all directions, but it didn't pierce through. It only left a shallow mark on his body. Ha ha ha, even if you add the metallic life form, you can't break through my defense. Man Ku laughed loudly, extremely arrogantly. Lu Ming's face sank and continued to attack. Later, Lu Ming attacked Man Ku several times, but he couldn't break through Man Ku's defense. Ha ha ha, Man Ku laughed even more unscrupulously. He completely ignored his defense and attacked Lu Ming crazily. For a moment, Lu Ming was pressured to retreat continuously. Qiu, Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiu. He planned to use the broken sword form. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Tyrant God's spear disappeared. Then, Qiu wriggled and turned into a huge sword that Lu Ming held in his hand. Clang! Lu Ming swung his sword and collided with Man Ku's bronze battle sword. Boundless energy burst out and swept in all directions. However, after Qiu turned into this broken sword, its attack power increased to an astonishing level. Man Ku's body shook violently and retreated continuously. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and slashed horizontally with his battle sword, slashing at Man Ku's chest. Sizzle. This time, there was a terrifying sound of friction. Sparks flew in all directions and crystal-like gravel flew everywhere. Impossible, Man Ku's eyes widened as he roared in disbelief. Because he felt that his stone armor was about to be broken. Man Ku suddenly stepped on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. His huge body retreated rapidly and only stopped after retreating for tens of thousands of meters. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a sword wound on his chest that went straight through the stone armor, revealing his flesh and blood. Blood was flowing out continuously. How is this possible? Man Ku was shocked. His eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his defense had been broken. The barbarian god body was originally good at defense. He had cultivated it to the peak of the 8th transformation. His entire body was covered in crystal armor that was indestructible and couldn't be broken. But now, it was broken by Lu Ming's sword. Blood was flowing out. Chapter 34-25. The defense that Man Ku relied on was broken, and this made him a little frightened. This brat deserves to die. Man Ku roared. His eyes were filled with blood-red light. He opened his mouth and a white bone flew out. It was the white bone that he used to deal with Fu Xiu and the others. When he fought with Lu Ming, he kept it. In his opinion, he didn't need the white bone to deal with Lu Ming. But now, he used it again. Brat, die. Man Ku roared. At the same time, he activated the white bone. Waves of roars came out from the white bone. A mysterious and terrifying energy rushed towards Lu Ming. It then entered Lu Ming's head and rushed towards Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming seemed to have seen a terrifying barbarian god dashing into his mind, brandishing his combat sword and slashing at his soul, wanting to shatter it. It seemed that Fu Xiu and the others had been attacked like this before. However, when the barbarian god attacked Lu Ming's soul, the Jingyu scroll glowed and a layer of light enveloped Lu Ming's soul. When the barbarian god's battle sword slashed at the light barrier shook, but nothing happened. If it was an ordinary person, they would have to spend a lot of energy to control their soul to dodge. This way, their strength would be greatly affected. However, Lu Ming didn't care at all. Of course, Man Ke didn't know that. He thought that Lu Ming's soul was also greatly affected. His face was ferocious, and his killing intent was cold. He waved his bronze battle sword and rushed towards Lu Ming, slashing down at Lu Ming's head. However, Lu Ming swung his sword and deflected Man Ke's bronze battle sword. Then, the battle sword didn't stop and continued to slash at Man Ke. Sizzle, the battle sword slashed on Man Ke's body, producing a piercing sound. Then, a deep sword wound appeared on Man Ke's stone armor, penetrating his bones. Man Ke roared in pain and retreated. He shouted in disbelief, "Why aren't you affected?" "Petty tricks," Lu Ming said calmly as he continued to swing his sword towards Man Ke. Man Ke didn't believe it. He did his best to control White Bones. White Bones' roars were like thunder, and the soul attack became even stronger. However, Lu Ming had the protection of the frightening feather painting, so he wasn't affected at all. He continued to attack Man Ke. The two exchanged a few more moves, and Man Ke was once again struck by Lu Ming's sword, leaving a sword wound on his body. Although Man Ke circulated his barbarian god physique with all his might, and the crystal armor on his body was wriggling and healing his wounds, his injuries were real. If this continued, he would become weaker and weaker. "Man Ke, it seems like you've reached your limit," Lu Ming sneered. "Lu Ming, you're relying on a metallic life form. What kind of ability is that? Do you have the ability to fight me fairly?" Man Ke roared. "A fair fight? Ridiculous." Lu Ming sneered and said, "That white bone in your hand is also an external object. Is it fair for you to use it against the enemy? Also, your cultivation is 2 levels higher than mine. Is it fair for you to fight me with a cultivation 2 levels higher?" Man Ke's face turned ugly. However, he didn't dare to fight Lu Ming without using the white bone and at the same level as Lu Ming. Although he was strong, Lu Ming was even more abnormal. If they fought at the same level, he would definitely be the one to lose. "Brat, don't think you can defeat me." "Fuse," Man Ke roared. Then, the white bone emitted a resplendent radiance and rushed into Man Ke's body, fusing with his body. Next, a layer of white bone armor appeared on Man Ke's body, covering his entire body. Clang! Lu Ming slashed his sword on Man Ke's body again, but this time, a terrifying explosion rang out. Man Ke's body was forced back, but Lu Ming didn't manage to break through his defense. It can actually be like this. Lu Ming was stunned. Man Ke fused the white bone into his body, and a layer of white bone armor appeared. It actually increased his defense by a large margin. Even Xiuqiu's battle sword couldn't break through his defense. "You want to kill me? Dream on, dream on," Man Ke roared. His gaze was extremely ferocious, and he couldn't wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. He had to pay a price for fusing with the white bone. Because he could only fuse with the white bone 3 times. After fusing with it 3 times, the white bone would be completely destroyed. Even the ability to affect the soul would disappear. At a critical moment, it could save his life. Unless it was a last resort, he wouldn't use it. But now, because Lu Ming wasted it once, his heart was bleeding. "Die for me." Man Ke roared and madly rushed towards Lu Ming, slashing out with his bronze battle sword. However, when Lu Ming swung his sword and clashed with the bronze battle sword, Man Ke's huge body was shaken and he was forced back. Although he had fused with the white bone, it only increased his defense. His combat strength didn't change. After repelling Man Ke, Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. His sword landed on Man Ke's body again, but it was still blocked. He couldn't break through Man Ke's defense. This guy is like a tortoise shell. His defense is comparable to Danden's. Lu Ming was speechless as he muttered. Then, he continued to attack. However, every time Man Ku was sent flying by Lu Ming, he couldn't break through his defense. Of course, Man Ku's attack power wasn't enough, and he couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. The two of them were in a stalemate. Boom! After another exchange, Man Ku was sent flying for thousands of miles. His expression was ugly. Not good, the time for fusion is almost up. Man Ku was a little anxious. There was a time limit to the fusion of the white bone. Once the time was up, it would disappear. It would be difficult to fuse with it again in a short period of time. However, although he was anxious, he didn't show it on his face. Lu Ming, my divine power is about to run out. At this moment, Qiuqiu was transmitting a message to Lu Ming. His broken sword form consumed a lot of divine power. After a series of attacks, Qiuqiu's divine power was about to run out. Lu Ming's mind raced, but he didn't show it on his face as he stared at Man Ku. However, the two of them didn't attack. They looked at each other from a distance. "Kid, you can't break through my defense," Man Ku said savagely. "You only know how to hide in your tortoise shell." However, the feeling of hitting a sandbag isn't bad. Lu Ming smiled contemptuously. "Humph. I'll spare your life today. However, it's useless for you to rely on this metallic life form. When you can't use this metallic life form anymore, it'll be the day you die." Man Ku shouted coldly. Then, he looked at the two youths with headbands on their heads and said, "Let's go." The two youths were helpless. Then, they shouted, "Let's go." Man Ku turned around and left. The people of the barbarian tribe and his subordinates all followed him. The two youths under his control also took their men and left with Man Ku. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. At this moment, only about half of the people were left on the mountain peak. "Brother Lu, thank you for your help." Of the 4 experts who had surrounded Man Ku, 2 of them hadn't been controlled by Man Ku. Halfway through, they had been saved by Lu Ming. Now, they thanked Lu Ming. Chapter 34-26. What do you plan to do in the future? Lu Ming asked. In the future? The 2 young men frowned. Now, more than half of Fengyan Mountain is in the hands of the Man Alliance. His ambition will not stop. You should know the consequences. Now, there is only one path in front of you. Lu Ming said plainly. His eyes were glowing and his meaning was self-evident. The 2 young men looked at each other with a complicated expression. They obviously understood what Lu Ming meant. It was simple. He wanted them to submit to Lu Ming. Now, Fengyan Mountain was divided into 2 and there were 2 overlords. They were Man Ku and Lu Ming. If they wanted to establish themselves in Fengyan Mountain, they had to submit to one of them. Do you want me to be direct? Submit to me. I can make you deputy alliance leaders. You don't have to condense divine crystals and you can get a portion of them. How about that? Otherwise, I will have to take action. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the 2 young men. Previously, Lu Ming only occupied the territory of the Yuntian Alliance and did not continue to expand. That was because he was not powerful enough and his wings were not strong enough. However, it was different now. His strength was enough to intimidate Fengyan Mountain. These people would either submit to Man Ku, submit to him, or leave Fengyan Mountain. Deputy Alliance Leader. The 2 young men's eyes lit up. Deputy Alliance leaders did not have to condense origin divine crystals and they could get a portion of it. Although it was not as good as them controlling a territory, it was much better than submitting to Man Ku. Alliance Leader Lu, thank you for saving us. I am willing to submit to Alliance Leader Lu and join the Dragon Alliance. One of the young men suddenly cupped his fist. I am also willing to join the Dragon Alliance. The second young man also cupped his fist and joined the Dragon Alliance. Great. The 2 of you will be Deputy Alliance leaders after joining the Dragon Alliance. Lu Ming was overjoyed but he did not show it on his face. After that, Lu Ming looked at the others. What about you? I believe you have heard of the Dragon Alliance's rules. Join the Dragon Alliance and you can keep 30% of the origin divine crystals you condense. Lu Ming looked at the remaining people. I am willing to join the Dragon Alliance. Me too. The first to agree were the people from the Eastern region. The people from the Soldier Peak Alliance and the Sky Heart Alliance agreed without hesitation. Now that Bing Tong and Lu Tianxin were dead, the Soldier Peak Alliance and the Sky Heart Alliance had disbanded. They had been eyeing the Dragon Alliance's distribution for a long time. Naturally, they agreed without hesitation. Following that, the other forces in the Eastern region also agreed. The leaders of these forces knew that they couldn't go against the general trend. With Lu Ming's strength, if they didn't agree, they could only leave Fengyun Mountain. If they wanted to stay in Fengyun Mountain, they could only agree. After that, in addition to the forces in the Eastern region, the other regions also agreed. In this way, Lu Ming controlled more than half of Fengyun Mountain's territory. The number of people under him increased rapidly, reaching over 10,000. With so many people, how many primordial divine crystals can we obtain in the future? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. As long as he stayed here for a period of time and stored a large amount of primordial divine crystals, he would have enough resources for a long time in the future. It should be noted that the energy of the star core he obtained back then was almost used up. The energy of the star core could have been used until Lu Ming broke through to the 7th layer of the King God realm. However, although Lu Ming had broken through to the 7th layer of the King God realm, he had relied on the energy of the primordial divine crystals to break through. Hence, there was still some energy left in the star core. However, it wasn't enough to support Lu Ming to break through to the 8th layer of the King God realm. However, with the primordial divine crystals, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of energy. What happened next was simple. Lu Ming started to arrange his men and took over half of Fengyun Mountain's territory. He was in a standoff with the Man Alliance. In the Man Alliance's territory, Man Ku was furious. Lu Ming, damn you! Man Ku roared. Man Ku bellowed furiously. This time, his original plan was to have complete control over Fengyun Mountain. Unfortunately, Lu Ming had appeared out of nowhere and ruined his plan completely. In the end, Lu Ming had benefited from it. Lu Ming controlled more than half of Fengyun Mountain. This made him extremely unhappy. Humph, you want to share Fengyun Mountain with me? Dream on. Looks like I'll have to ask the Guardian for help. Man Ku muttered. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. After Lu Ming returned, he continued to cultivate in seclusion. So, the primordial divine body is divided into 9 transformations. The ancient god technique I obtained is indeed incomplete, Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. After the battle with Man Ku ended, he asked around and finally resolved the doubts in his heart. The cultivation of the primordial divine body was divided into 9 transformations. The ancient god technique he obtained was divided into red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple transformations. They were the first to the 7th transformations. Hence, when Lu Ming cultivated the purple-armored ancient god body to the peak, he felt that there were more levels and that he hadn't reached the limit. Every breakthrough was a transformation. The primordial divine body would become stronger. This was why it was called the 9 transformations. The 9th transformation wasn't the limit. He could still break through. However, breaking through after the 9th transformation would bring him closer to the level of the primordial divine spirit. It made sense. Even if he cultivated to the 9th transformation, he would still be miles away from the primordial divine spirit's divine body. For example, Man Ku had cultivated to the peak of the 8th transformation and displayed the barbarian divine body. He was 100,000 meters tall. If he cultivated to the 9th transformation, he would only be 1,000,000 meters tall. However, when Lu Ming cultivated under the primordial divine statue, he could see the primordial divine spirits fighting in the galaxy. The fists of the primordial divine spirits were bigger than a planet of life. How big was a planet of life? 1,000,000 meters was countless times smaller than a planet of life. It was like the difference between an ant and a mountain. Hence, the ninth transformation of the primordial divine body was still far from the primordial divine spirit's divine body. Looks like I have to get the complete version of the ancient god technique as soon as possible. Lu Ming murmured. In this world, there must be others who cultivated the ancient god technique. The complete version would most likely appear. After that, Lu Ming sent out an order to ask the Dragon Alliance if they had the complete version of the ancient god technique. Unfortunately, after some time, they still couldn't find the complete version of the ancient god technique. Lu Ming could only expand his search and purchase the complete version of the ancient god technique from other famous mountains. If he didn't have the complete version of the ancient god technique, his ancient god body would be stuck at the peak of the purple-armored ancient god body. It would be difficult for him to break through. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the battle with Man Ku. On this day, Tian Xing hurried over to see Lu Ming. Alliance leader, the Guardian wants to see you. Tian Xing reported with a serious expression. The Guardian. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Chapter 34-27. By now, Lu Ming had a better understanding of this world. This world wasn't managed by no one. It was managed by people. The people who managed the place were the protectors. There were a total of 13 guardians. Every famed mountain had a guardian. Of course, the guardians wouldn't show themselves and wouldn't interfere with any fights between forces. No matter how the famed mountains fought, they wouldn't interfere and would let things develop naturally. However, they had to guarantee one thing. It meant that no single power could cross 2 famed mountains. In other words, no matter how strong a force was, they couldn't occupy 2 famed mountains at the same time. They could only occupy 1 famed mountain at most. This was also the reason why Fengyan Mountain still existed. Otherwise, Fengyan Mountain would be in chaos and the other famed mountains would intervene. Fengyan Mountain would have long been occupied by the other famed mountains. After all, some famed mountains were extremely powerful and the masters of the famed mountains were even more unfathomable. In this world, there was a list called the God King list. 30 of the most powerful geniuses were listed on it. These 30 strongest geniuses were almost the strongest in the God King realm. However, no one from Fengyan Mountain was on the list. Even Fu Xiu wasn't on the list. Those who were on the list were mostly from the famed mountains. They were either masters or deputy masters of the famed mountains. However, with the guardians around, no matter how strong the famed mountains were, they couldn't interfere with Fengyan Mountain. This was because the strength of the guardians was above the God King realm. They were Sir Gods. In addition, it was said that there were higher-ups above the guardians. They were called enforcers. It was said that there were a total of 3 enforcers and they were in charge of all the famed mountains. However, they were elusive and rarely seen. Lu Ming was puzzled. He stepped out and came to a protruding peak. A burly middle-aged man stood on the peak with his hands behind his back. Lu Ming greets the Lord Guardian. Lu Ming landed and cupped his fists. You're here. A deep voice rang out, and the Guardian turned around. Seeing the Guardian's appearance, Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted, and he was surprised and bewildered. This was because the Guardian's appearance and body shape were too similar to the barbarian tribe. It could be said that he was completely a barbarian tribe member. How could the barbarian race be the guardians of this world? Wait, Mount Barbarian God. Lu Ming's mind raced as he thought of Mount Barbarian God. There was a tunnel within Mount Barbarian God that led to this world. They had entered through Mount Barbarian God. Could it be that this person was really related to the Berserkers? Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind in an instant. A glint flashed across the Guardian's eyes. He smiled and said, "You can see that I'm related to the barbarian tribe." As expected. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He could only brace himself and cupped his fists. I wonder why Lord Guardian is looking for me. I've heard about your battle with Man Ku. Your strength is indeed amazing. I've been guarding Fengyan Mountain for many years and have seen countless geniuses. However, it's extremely rare to see someone as strong as you. The Guardian said. Lord, you're flattering me. Lu Ming said, but he had a bad premonition in his heart. I've heard that you and Man Ku came from the barbarian tribe's territory together. You entered through the tunnel left behind by the barbarian god. The Guardian continued. Lu Ming didn't know what the Guardian was trying to say, so he could only nod. Let me tell you something. I'm the descendant of the barbarian god in the barbarian tribe's legend. The Guardian said. Lu Ming's heart trembled. His pupils shrank and the bad premonition grew stronger. The Guardian continued, the barbarian god in the barbarian tribe's legend is an ancestor of the barbarian tribe. He's also my ancestor. He came here a long time ago, but too much time has passed. My ancestor's lifespan has dried up and he passed away. I've been the Guardian here for a few years. I didn't expect to see someone from the same tribe coming here. Of course, I have to take care of them. Don't you think so? After saying that, the Guardian stared at Lu Ming, wanting to see Lu Ming's expression. Lu Ming's expression didn't change, but many thoughts were running through his mind. He understood many things now. It turned out that the Guardian was from the same tribe as the barbarian tribe. He could be considered a member of the barbarian tribe. No wonder Man Ku's strength increased tremendously after disappearing for a period of time. Especially his primordial divine body, it increased from the peak of the 6th transformation to the peak of the 8th transformation. It was definitely because of the Guardian that he could improve so quickly. Even the white bone might have been given to him by the Guardian. I'm very satisfied with Man Ku's talent. It's definitely rare in the history of the barbarian tribe. Since he's here, I naturally have to give him a chance so that he can help the barbarian tribe rise in the future and become stronger. Letting him control a famous mountain is a great chance. Do you understand? The Guardian continued. At the end of his words, his tone became more serious. His eyes shone brightly, and they pierced out like sharp swords. Lu Ming wasn't stupid. He naturally knew what the Guardian meant. He wanted Man Ku to control Fengyan Mountain. Haha. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? The Guardian asked coldly. If Man Ku wants to control Fengyan Mountain, it's simple. Let him challenge me. If he can defeat me, I'll naturally give up Fengyan Mountain. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Lu Ming said. How could it be so easy for him to hand over Fengyan Mountain? Don't you understand what I mean? The Guardian's face darkened completely, and the coldness in his eyes intensified. So what if I understand and so what if I don't? If Man Ku wants Fengyan Mountain, he can forget about it. Lu Ming said coldly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from the Guardian and pressed down on Lu Ming. It was extremely heavy. Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost knelt down. Roar! Lu Ming let out a furious roar and used all his strength to block off the pressure. However, his body still trembled slightly. Divine Lord. The Guardian's cultivation was definitely a Divine Lord. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary first or second heaven Divine Lord but someone stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to exert such a terrifying pressure. It seems like you're courting death. The Guardian said coldly. You dare to kill me? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a Guardian. There are still enforcers above you. The Guardian can't interfere with the internal strife of the various famed mountains. You've already violated the rules. If the enforcers know about this, you'll have to bear the consequences. Moreover, when I came out just now, everyone from the Dragon Alliance came to me to meet the enforcers. If you attack me, I guarantee that the enforcers will know about it. Lu Ming shouted. You! How dare you! The Guardian's murderous intent surged.